I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fams on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the result. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yeah, it's your main man, Uncle Freezy, the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe. Join me and the man that's so smooth he does not require a chaser, Anthony D. Sunday mornings at 11 a.m. for old school Knicks. Come join the party.
Never really know just what you
Peace.
want.
Yo, get your week started off on the right foot. Check out New School Knicks Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. Come in, enjoy having that Knicks talk the way that you love to have that Knicks talk to you. Join your host, Mr. Rivera, Greeny from LI, the People's Champ, King Ant G, Sunday mornings at 9 a.m., New School Knicks. Yeah. Yo, party people in the place to be, what's good? It's the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy. Welcome, welcome, welcome to this thing that we call the Knicks at Night podcast. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? Bim, y'all know how we get this thing started. Blue tears, orange tears, orange tears. Bim. Let's go. Man, I'm rocking 2 o'clock in the morning with the most passionate fan base in the NBA, the New York Knicks fan base. Welcome to Orange Tears. For those of y'all that are new to this, man, just hang around for a little bit. I think you're going to like it. If you're new to this, hang around for a little bit. I think you're going to like it. Right? Passionate Knicks fans. Passionate Knicks fans, man. We're going to talk that Knicks talk the way that we like to have that Knicks talk to us. Bim. Cole Mega is in the building. Hewlett Samuel. Bim. Nick G. I'm ready to jump out a window, bro. I just can't find the window. When I find me a window, I'm jumping out a window, man, on this team. This team is so frustratingly mediocre. This team is so frustratingly mediocre. T. Smith is in the building. Forbes Listfield is in the building. Ain't gonna lie to you, man. Ain't gonna lie to you. I'm frustrated with this Knicks team. I'm frustrated that not that we lost to the Warriors. That's not a crime. There have been many teams that have lost to the Warriors, man. Many teams. A lot of teams have lost to the Warriors, bro. That's not a crime, right? My frustration is how we just can't hit shots, man. We just can't hit shots. Man. We just can't hit shots, man. It's frustrating. Not that, I want the team to score 180 points a game, but wide open jumpers, man. And I am saddened to say, that I now have to call R.J. Barrett Elfrid Payton. R.J. Barrett is Soul Fingers in the building. Yo, let me throw the thing up here before I even get in my bag. Let me put this thing up here for my man in case he feel like jumping in here. Man. I am so frustrated. Hold on, Mo Walker. All right, I'm back, y'all. Sorry about that. First of all, it's good to see Soulfinger in the chat. Secondly, this Knicks team just can't shoot. Third, every time R.J. Barrett shoots, a broken backboard gets his wings. It is what it is. It is what it is. Big Oso's in the building. What's good, brother? What's good, boss? Soulfinger, what's good, boss man?
What's going on, Freeze? How's it going there, brother?
Ain't nothing to it. Big L, what's good, boss? The hip hop legend, man. Soulfinger, I'm so frustrated right now. I could just, bro, and not about the Warriors. I ain't crying about the Warriors. They are what they are. They defending NBA champs. They play at home. All this, bro. my frustration is the Knicks can't hit a shot.
Breezy, you know what I always say about that, right? You know my saying about that.
I know what it is. It's every time RJ Barrett shoots the basketball, a broken backboard gets his wings. That's what you
Man,
say.
yeah, man. Look, you can't hit an elephant in the backside with an ironing board, man.
Them. Yes. And that is true, my friend. That is very, very, very true. I just can't figure it out, man.
It's really like I said. He starts off slow. He's been starting off slow. This is his fourth year, right? Fourth
Yep.
year,
Yep.
and you still going slow, starting off slow.
Right.
You know, it's frustrating watching it
Right.
because and I've been a RJ supporter. I'm not gonna say
We do support
you know,
RJ.
I saw support RJ. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I wanted to see him develop. I never thought he was gonna be a superstar. I think he could be hit all-star level at least a couple of times in his career. But the thing is it's looking more and more like that draft. We should have drafted Cam. Oh, shout out to Uncle Ron.
Cleveland is in the building.
Man. I had a feeling they was gonna lose tonight.
Oh, I knew that was gonna happen.
I said they would lose tonight, and what my biggest fears was, fellas, Cam.
Hey,
True.
Stafford, hold on for a second. Hey, Ron, let me do something for Stafford real quick. Real quick. Okay.
What time is it?
I would like to introduce.
We need a beat. Yo, I got to get back to playing these intros, man. Stafford down was good. Ron.
I appreciate you, man. You ain't got to do all of that, but salute to Ron.
Yeah.
Salute Soul
Stafford,
Finger
man,
number
I need
12.
to see your face, man. I ain't want to see no avatar, man.
Yes.
We need to see your face. You too, Soul Finger. Come on, man. Come
Well,
on, baby.
I got that sleepy face, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna just chop it up for y'all boys just a little bit, man.
No, I was putting some groceries in my neck, so let me
No. Ron, how you been, brother?
Freezy, you see what I got on my chest tonight?
Ron, you see what I got on my chest tonight?
When I got off Dean's show, I was like, I got to run, man. But, my gut telling me we're going to lose tonight, man. But,
right.
At the end of the day, I hope we win. But I didn't think we was going to win. But, man, we weren't competitive tonight. Don't let the score fool you, man.
Oh, no, man.
Them guys did what – what it looked – what I felt like I was watching? The Harlem Globetrotters.
Probably. The Washington Generals.
The way Golden State was just doing whatever they wanted to do. I'm like, come on, man, with somebody. Cam, before Cam got hurt, I liked the way he was playing, man, but it's too much to ask. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, man. I'm gonna tell y'all, and I've been saying it for a minute now. I can't stomach watching RJ play, man. I can't. A lot of people get on Julius, but I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Julius Randle is one of the bright spots on this team. Him and Jalen Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
You for these people that keep talking about RJ gonna be a star. And get rid of Julius. You get rid of Julius and leave RJ on this team, and I guarantee you, we'll be in the lottery
every night.
High
RJ 6 for 21.
But the thing is even when we got into the lottery, you can't even trust this organization to make the right pick.
Yo, you done lost weight? What is
man.
going on?
His thing's looking slim in it.
Yeah, man.
Hey, no, it's just because I ain't shaved this beard, got this beard trimmed up. That's all that is.
Whatever, boss, man.
Man, I'm still a skinny fat guy right now, man. I got to get it, hit 50, and then I got to get it together.
Yeah, man. Hey, 50 coming for me this year, coming, man.
Life decisions, man.
Transition defense was terrible tonight.
Oh man, stop.
Terrible.
Say that
Man,
again,
And
man. Say that
Wiggins,
again.
Motor.
Wiggins was cooking earlier. Thompson was cooking earlier. I mean, we just looked lethargic when we came. I think the last 2 games really kind of put us out of gas. I don't want to make excuses with the whole flu and everything too, but we just didn't look ourselves tonight. As Ron said, we didn't compete tonight.
No, we didn't
No,
show
you're
up.
right about that.
I
knew
thought
we
we was gonna lose by about 40 tonight the way they was playing.
Yeah, I knew he was gonna take a
Yeah.
L. I knew he was gonna take a L, but I wasn't expecting us to get beat up like that. I knew he was gonna take some shots, but I was looking to get beat up, man.
Yeah,
And
mind if I
Actually,
say something?
Soulfinger. Actually, before you go, Uncle Freezy, actually, Soulfinger, people was more saying it would have been like a 20, 30 point blowout, but it was actually 10.
I had it 115, 110. That was my guess that the score would be
You know?
115, 110.
And
man.
each time I thought we brought it down to 8, we do some type of mishaps. Either we make a dumb turnover.
All that stuff y'all saying, though, Stafford. All the start, man. I ain't trying to cut you nothing. I just want to say this because I think it's pertinent to what you were saying, bro. This didn't have nothing to do with low energy. This didn't have nothing to do with a lack of talent. This didn't have nothing to do with a lack of strategy, right? It didn't have nothing to do with lack of preparation. This team is a very low IQ team.
It is.
I agree.
Hey, Ron, I'm gonna give you some examples, right? I'm gonna give you an example. I watched Clay, right? They set Clay up for three or four open looks at the beginning of the game, right? Tibbs don't do that. Tibbs run read and react. But that's neither here nor there because you're giving one coach is telling his players to set up for Clay. The other coach is giving the players freedom to play how they want to play, as long as they play defense at the other end, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Stafford, this is what I'm pointing out to you, bro. When Clay got open, Clay squared his body up and was ready to make a basketball move when he caught the ball. He had about 6 foot of space, which is wide open in any sport.
Mm-hmm.
When ain't nobody around 6 feet, within 6 feet of you, what football wide receiver 6 foot, that's touchdown.
That's money. That's touchdown.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Right.
6 foot of space. A 6 foot of space for a running back. That's touchdown.
Touchdown. Right. Clay catches the ball. Right. He goes right into his shot motion, left, right, high release. Right. RJ Barrett comes down on the other end. RJ Barrett has 8 feet of space, waits till the man gets to him, and decides to try to make a basketball move. Right? What that tells me right then is this dummy didn't even know he was wide open.
Hey,
right? So if you don't know that you're wide open, you don't need to be playing basketball.
You're not tapped in.
Now, second to that, right? Second to that, if you got 8 feet of space and you don't want to shoot, which it happens when your shot is, sometimes you get in that mindset, I don't want to shoot this thing, right? Already have made up in your mind how you going to attack the closeout, right? The guy closes out, RJ Barrett is, he don't know how to attack the closeout. So not only don't he want to shoot when he was wide open, right? He let the defender come to him and slow down and get in defensive position. Now RJ Barrett is not attacking a closeout because it's not a closeout no more, because a defender is now in his defensive stance.
Yep, in his grip.
So even if you are in a triple threat, now RJ has to use his superior athleticism, burst, and foot speed to get by this defender that was once a closeout defender and now is in his stance. But guess what RJ Barrett don't have?
That foot speed,
athletic ability, superior athleticism.
Yeah, don't have no athleticism, speed. Man.
Right. So if you know you don't want to shoot, and you know you can't blow by the guy, why did you wait till that guy get up on you and then set up in his defensive stance? It's low. It's low IQ stuff. They go right, but RJ misses a shot. They go back down the floor, right? They go back down the floor. They run a similar play for Clay, right? Except the defenders see they just saw the play a little while ago, so they see Golden State running the same action, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's a variation of the action. It's not the same one. So the Knicks defenders, they try to block the pass to try to get to Clay, right? But Clay fades to the side, fades to the wing, right? But in fading to the wing, Ron, he kept his chest towards the basket. He didn't turn his chest towards the baseline, right? Clay kept his body squared to the rim is basically what I'm telling people. He kept his body squared to the rim. So the Knicks come and close out hard because they don't want Clay to shoot. The dude catches pump fakes. This is a plan. This is a high IQ player.
Mm-hmm.
Pump fake. The guy goes by. The guy going running and go to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
The defender gone. Clay
Fire,
put the ball
like
on
them
him,
flies.
and Clay just get into his shot and fire.
Man,
Fire.
you know what I saw tonight, Freezy?
And my bad, Staff. I just wanted to point out these things. That's all.
No. It's all good. I got some other points too, but go ahead, Uncle Ron.
I don't know, fellas, how many times tonight, man, I seen people guarding, two people guarding one man. I don't know how many times I saw that and leaving somebody wide open shooting.
Yeah.
Wiggins, Thompson, Steph Curry at one time.
And it was like back-to-back plays, Stafford. That was the crazy thing. They ran the same play, like back-to-back, and they did the same thing twice. You see two people. RJ looked like he was lost, and Paul Cam was trying to guard his man. And I think it might have been Brunson. Yeah, it was Brunson. Didn't decide on who. He didn't commit to nobody. So Cam is caught in the middle of nowhere, but it looked like Cam blew the assignment. But no, it was actually Brunson, because Brunson was then collapsed down low in the paint and left his man wide open.
But Ron, I don't want to blame everything on RJ because.
Oh yeah, that's why I brought Brunson in.
Quickly and Obi, I think they were 0 for.
I could have slapped Obi tonight.
Very low.
I could have slapped Obi tonight. Very low. Stafford, why did Obi, when that alley-oop got thrown to him, why did he do a reverse dunk? And I said, did I see what I think I saw?
Yes,
you saw it.
And
you saw it.
He could have just dunked it. Why are you trying to show off? You showing off and we losing.
Right.
Stupid.
Yeah. Hey,
but you see, Ron, you see something like that now brings energy to the team. Sometimes when you do a dunk like that, it gets the team going. It just so happened he missed it. Not often you see Obi miss dunks like that. I'm not making an excuse for him. He should have just went ahead and dunked it properly, right? But that could have been an energy play.
Hey, Steph, you can't do that on the road, bro. You do that at home.
You need to take what you get.
You do that, yeah. On the road, you got to try to win, bro. You can't.
Yeah.
I got a question for y'all, fellas. I got a question for y'all. I'm gonna start with Stafford with it too. How long the honeymoon phase last with RJ before we start looking at him getting up out of here?
It's been started on the other podcast. Before Freezy came on, I was just on Macri. And Macri was going in on the boy.
Jonathan Macri?
Okay? Yeah, just like how you was going in on RJ earlier. On D, Macri was going in because his point was because he was the number 3 pick, the fan base put this crown on his head as he is the savior.
Yeah.
You know he's not that type of player.
He is the savior, though, bro.
He's the golden child.
He's the golden child.
So RJ has this persona that he has to be the man, which he's not, because he don't have that particular skill set to take over a game. The slow-footed, the bad defense, the lack of jump shots. You know what I mean? So, look, sometimes you just don't have it.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm kind of seeing it now. Probably bring him off the bench and make him play with the second unit.
And you saw Tibbs actually did that tonight. Tibbs actually put him on that bench quick. And Cam was doing what RJ normally does of being with the bench unit, running that second offense, the second team offense. But Cam was in that second team offense. Cam actually played the whole first quarter. And I was like, so I said Tibbs starting to lose faith in RJ.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think it's gonna come as a like they're gonna just bench him. It's still 16 games in the season. I'm not saying he can't turn it around, but he keeps on playing like this. Tim's gonna have to make a decision for real. And look how the tables has changed. A year ago, RJ was the man.
Yep, Julius was getting all the arrows.
Exactly, 24 straight games of 20 points, shooting marvelous from the 3-point line. Now this year, it's a whole. We seeing the ceiling that RJ is, and he's just not it.
You know, Stafford, I told Freezy, remember this offseason what I said? I might have been one of the first people to say it on the show. I said, I think RJ didn't reach his ceiling.
Yeah. Yep. I remember you said that, Ron. You and I talked about that, Ron.
Because when I look at him, Stafford, I don't see where he can improve other than the free throws, and I give him credit for hitting his free throws. Gotta be fair. But the game I was looking at, like, where is he going to improve? What is he going to get better on? And I don't see the offensive versatility, and I always use that word with him. Because the one thing in sports, and Freezy, y'all all know this, when your game is predictable, it's a wrap.
Ron, I was just gonna. Well, I was just when I was saying the low IQ thing, man. I had like 9, 10. I got about 15 examples tonight, right? Of low IQ, right? RJ Barrett gets a screen to go right. He half spins to go back left, and the Warriors got 3 dudes waiting on him. Like,
come on over here.
And so he went back right and threw up a brick off the rim.
What was his stat line tonight? Please tell me what his stat line was in there.
Ron, let me just say this though, RJ. If you are that predictable, with 3 Golden State Warriors saw you catch the ball over yonder, and know you was gonna try to come back over here, and you tried it anyway, you low IQ.
Yeah,
because if it's 3 dudes over here, that means it's not 3 dudes over there.
Yeah.
RJ Barrett, we got to be. Yo, Tibbs had the screw face all night, and I'm starting to believe this is not. Listen, I saw a fast break tonight. Just hey, I'm gonna get your thing, but let me just say this real quick. I saw a fast break tonight, right, where they give the ball to Obi Toppin, gets the steal, right?
Oh yeah.
Guess what the 2-point guards do? Quickly and Brunson. Guess what the 2-point guards do? They spread out and get on the wing. So the power forward can run the fast break.
That's the dumbest thing. They shouldn't even put him in that kind of position.
Yeah. And then he went down, and then he blew that layup. You talking about that one?
Yeah, right. And so
he went up soft and blew the layup.
One dude in quickly is ice cold from 3, and the other dude, Brunson, don't shoot it. So why are y'all going out to the 3-point line?
And this is another thing. Why did I watched Brunson tonight miss Obi streaking down the middle of the court? Miss him quite a few times, but he could have threw a lob up over the top.
Man.
You know what? This was one of Brunson's worst games as a Knick.
I agree.
Man.
This was
I think he had 13 points. I think he had a couple turnovers. You know, and the whole team just wasn't sharp tonight.
Yeah,
right.
he was due for a bad game.
The whole team wasn't sharp tonight.
I ain't got no problem with Brunson.
The only little bright spot to me was Randall by going 7 for 15.
And Sims.
7 for 15. He and Sims a double, 10 points, 10 rebounds.
And
those are the only 2.
And 3 blocks.
And 3 blocks. Those 2 guys was the only 2 guys that came to play, but the bench, man.
When they brought them bench players in, Stafford, I looked at all them guards coming on the floor. They got to fix this. We got too many guards on this team, man.
Yeah.
And
Well,
too many of them.
let me ask y'all something real quick, man.
Okay.
What's up with the passing? What's up with the passing, bro? Is it? Are they got some extra dark blue blockers on out there or something?
Got to, bro.
Now, yeah, because we only had 16 assists tonight. If
had
I'm
blue
correct.
blockers in so long.
But,
Right.
I mean,
We had
the
16
passing.
assists.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, 16. So you're right. So I don't know what's
Hey,
going on.
But I'm gonna tell you
stop.
the thing I always say though, when people want to kill Julius, man, you gotta have that same energy for RJ, man. Don't come to me talking
Of
about
course.
he 21 and he 22 and all that. Man, miss me with all that.
Hey,
This
next
dude
year,
playing
next year
basketball long
next year
enough.
they're gonna say he's 23.
Yeah, stop with that,
He
man.
only
Stop
23.
with that, man.
Well, see,
Stop
my
with
thing
that.
is this is my thing. Okay, he's just behind a few months behind Cam, right?
Yep. And Grimes.
He's had more shine, more time on the court than
Any of those two guys.
yeah,
Over
both of them.
300 starting games in this
Yeah,
league.
especially Cam. So my thing is, if you're looking at the age, you say it's gonna come along. Why is Cam playing better? Because I look at it is because the way Cam plays, Cam looks like he should have been that third pick.
Cam is the better player with the better higher ceiling.
He's the one player that we know he can get the ball and he can create for himself. He can get to the rack. We've seen that. We're seeing that night in and night out. His defense, and the thing is, he stayed back and he worked on his defense.
Right.
You know, what's his wingspan? 7'2", something like that. Something stupid like that.
Can jump out the gym. Fluid athlete. Good foot speed.
Cover ground real fast.
Nice shot. You know, he just needs he's cemented himself. I think he cemented himself in that role, and as a starter. The thing is, and it's also a contract year. So the organization has just now put themselves in a bad spot. If you think about it, we just gave
the front office.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, they didn't put themselves in a bad spot. They've been in a bad spot.
With this. They gave the money to the wrong man.
I ain't say that, but you already in my head.
They gave the money to the wrong man.
Yeah,
and I said it today, so finger. I said, you know what? I said this probably won't happen, but I hope Cam get 12 shots again because Cam should be the third option on this team.
He
not
definitely
the way
should be.
RJ does not deserve to be the third option on this team right now.
So I've seen, report, they're talking about trying to get this Duke connection going, but the Duke connection ain't gonna happen. And the other thing about it is the front office held back off the and not to rip open an old wound in regards to Mitchell.
Ooh.
Because of the trade, because you didn't want to use RJ.
Mm-hmm.
It's looking bad on that end. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And Grimes.
Grimes can't even stay healthy.
Now,
we about to be in a lot of trouble, fellas, because Cam gonna be out for a while.
None. Actually, Tibbs said tonight he may see some burn in the Phoenix game.
Who Cam?
Because
he day-to-day.
Cam is day-to-day. So Grimes might see some action on Sunday against Phoenix. So
you're gonna have to.
He gonna have to if Cam can't go. And this with Freeze. Remember we kept talking about this. We said we only got one true small forward on this roster,
and
that's Cam. Because Farron Hunt, for some reason, they ain't allowing him to play.
Yeah, they ain't.
They might call him up now if Cam is out for a while with that groin injury, because that stuff can linger.
Yeah,
groin injuries. Yeah, he's gonna be down for a minute, man.
Yeah, they say day-to-day, but I think he'll probably miss a couple games at least.
Yeah, dude.
He's done for the rest of the road trip. I guarantee you that.
Probably.
I'm gonna tell you
because that's a soft tissue injury.
Yeah,
and you can't stitch it together.
Well, fellas, what is our agenda for this season, man? Because right now I'm lost with this team. We won these 2 games. Yeah, that's nice. But the way we looking, man.
I mean, Ron, it ain't that bad, bro. We could have been like 4 and 12, but we 8 and 8, bro. We still got a long season.
Yeah,
So I wouldn't
I agree.
just throw in. I wouldn't just throw in the towel like that, bro. You gotta have look 2% optimism.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I
got a
mean?
little bit of a
Hey,
stab of boy, but that
Stafford,
boy
you going
named
to?
RJ, man. RJ is the one that's bothering me because we expecting. Well, I don't want to say
Yeah.
we, but the team
Right.
is looking to this dude to help pull his weight, man. And I'm gonna tell you, I got mad when they asked him about Jalen Brunson. And y'all heard what he said? He said that Jalen Brunson take a lot of the pressure off of him. I was like, oh my God.
Who said that?
RJ. Go listen, go watch that game again. They said when they interviewed him, they asked him about Jalen Brunson. He said Jalen Brunson take pressure off of him. Really?
Hey, yo,
The way you
Ron,
play all
hey,
season?
Ron, also too, he said in the article that like SGA, you see how SGA going off? He was like, I told you us Canada's players are nice. Like that Canada player is nice. Like not you. Not right. Why you including yourself into SGA like that? Oh, he's just wrong, bro. He
So
just
that
wrong.
sounds like a lack of awareness, really.
It sounds like it just sounds like his overall personality. Like when we're down by 30 points and he start patting stats, he just has to include himself into the negotiations of some type of winning. Like I just feel like he has to include himself instead of just saying, "Yeah, SGA, my Canada brother, over there getting lost." I mean, over there getting off. This guy is including himself as if he is on that type of level. I really think it's a delusional factor there, bro. Like literally, it's starting to become out more and more. As you say that statement, and he say that us Canada, I told you us Canada players was nice.
He
It's
ain't on
crazy.
no level with no SGA.
No, well, Shy Gunner. That's what I said earlier. From the time he was the third pick, and he's coming to New York, he already had that chip on his shoulder, like he is the man.
Yeah, man.
He has that. He's coming in with that persona.
Yeah, because they gave him
terrible.
the keys. They gave him the keys.
That's what I'm saying. So exactly. So he's gonna think like that.
Yep.
Well, you look at
I
it.
mean, you
You look
can't
at
blame
it.
him for that
If you
because
look
the
at it,
fan
fellas,
base already crowned him already.
They gave him that, and he didn't do nothing to earn it.
well,
I
you
was
look
just
at
about
it,
to
fellas.
say.
The media kind of the media put us in put the front office in that position to draft him. They're talking about because all those connections, and you look at it. This is where I look at it. He's from Canada. He still has ties to see because his parents played college ball, in the States. But then you look at it money wise. You got a Canadian player that's money we can get out of Canada with the media hyping him up. He coming out of Duke and all that.
Yeah.
They kind of shoehorned him into drafting him. But when you look at it, if you want to draft, it should have been Cam.
I tell you
No,
this, though.
no. It should have been Darius Garland. Should have been Darius
It should have
Garland.
been Garland because
Well,
we
just
needed a
saying,
point guard.
you needed a
Clearly.
point guard. Yeah, you need a. Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
if you
Darius
want,
Garland should have been the pick.
if you talking about out of the two, I'm talking about out of those two between
Yeah, I
Cam
get
and
what you're
RJ.
saying. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Nah,
yeah.
But the front office still dropped the ball because you never addressed the problem we had at the time that was drafting a point guard.
That was
Truth be
the one
told,
guy in need.
Truth be told, I I got nothing against Obi, but Obi wasn't the pick we needed. The pick we needed should have been a point guard. Halliburton. All day.
No,
We need a
you
point
don't
guard.
take a power
Yeah,
forward when you already got one.
but going back to the draft in the Fitzdale era, we purposely tanked to get a player like that.
So you
We
saying we
purposely
didn't tank?
did
So
it.
you saying we didn't tank
Well,
right?
They
No, they didn't
think
tank right.
right.
You're right.
Because remember,
We had
Remember-
the worst.
all that
We had
power
the
forward.
worst
We was
record. We had the worst record
got
and
robbed.
still end up getting number 3.
Yeah, we had
Nah, we
all
got
the
robbed.
power forwards. Remember?
We got robbed. We all know we got robbed, bro. Zion Wilson, he had Tim's on, bro. He had they clearly the NBA didn't want Zion. I don't know why they didn't want him to go to New York, but that was some. We all know that we got robbed from not
I
getting
ain't
the number.
gonna say that. That's the problem when you got to deal with a ping pong ball to determine who get. And me, Soul Finger talk about this all the time. I'm gonna tell y'all. You know what they need to do? They need to get rid of that lottery, and what they need
And
to
do it like the
have a
NFL.
committee just like they do for college football, because you can clearly tell who's the bets, the good teams and the terrible teams, and let them decide who get the picks. And that'll stop all that tanking. And you won't have to worry about tanking because they'll know who purposely losing games, and you can penalize them teams that's doing that because the people in that room gonna be able to look at teams and say, you know what, this is the franchise that's the worst franchise that deserved that number 1 pick.
Yeah,
I
They
hate
doing that
that
this
ping
year.
pong ball, man. That's just like I'm gonna tell you. That's why I don't play the lottery, fellas. I don't play it because you're just giving money away.
right.
I mean, they did
Yeah,
it
man.
wrong. The front office did it. They were wrong from Jump Street. Because even with that 3rd pick, you should have addressed what you needed.
Yeah.
Even I mean, and that, you know, Fizz. I mean, man, I ain't gonna say his name because I treat him like Voldemort from Harry Potter. I ain't gonna
Yeah.
say his name, but that cat didn't know what he was doing. And then those individuals really didn't know what they're doing when you bringing in 10 power forwards. Talking about, oh, we're gonna be a playoff team.
Yeah, but this is the other thing about it. Steve Mills waited until the night before the draft to give Garland a workout. If my mind is correct.
That
Right.
That
sounds
makes
like
it
something
even.
he'll do.
That makes it
Now,
even worse.
we
That makes
also
it even
because
worse.
we failed on remember the KD we failed on KD and Kyrie. Like we failed, bro, to not even give KD like a call because you blamed on our injury. Like a lot of our front office too has to take a blame,
I'm
bro.
gonna tell
Like we
you right
missed
now,
out
Shy.
on a lot of
I
opportunities.
ain't felt bad about that. I didn't want that trade.
I
Yeah.
didn't feel bad about
And
that
I'm
either.
gonna
Me
tell
either.
you the main reason why is because of Kyrie. I said if we gotta have Kyrie with
No,
KD,
no, Baran. It's not even Kyrie. We have a notion of taking players that's been injured
and that
and
too.
bringing them to
I
the
was gonna add that
team,
to it, Shy. I mean,
and they never turn out to be what they supposed to be. A la McDice.
That
exactly.
man, hey, get out my
We
head. Get
done
out
took
my
too many
head,
flies on
number.
players with injuries, man.
Yeah,
It's
look,
But Ron, all I'm saying, y'all, is when did we when was we ever them risk takers?
Well, let me
When
tell you.
was the Knicks?
Let me
When
share
we
something with you about that because they said that Dolan was prepared to sign it, but Dolan wanted to see his medicals, and
exactly,
he looked at it
that
as a
exactly.
slight. I cannot blame Dolan for that because we got burnt too many
Well,
times
A
giving
lot of
risk
contracts to
takers.
times.
players.
nah,
We
We
had
well
got
that's
listen,
why
PSV,
we
Dolan.
were risk
bro.
takers. We
That's
were
a
risk
smart
takers when we
business
signed
move, man.
Stoudemire. We were risk
Well,
takers when we said
respectfully,
Stoudemire.
Yeah.
well,
We in the
respectfully, I look at it the opposite way. I think you look at it like, because don't get me wrong, like it's not really panning out in Brooklyn, but I'm just saying for ticket wise and selling for what the fans wanted. They never gave us anything that we wanted. Like that's the only thing I'm saying. Like for the guys that go in that MSG arena and pay their tickets, they deserve to demand what they want. And we
No, I
have
hear what
never
you're saying.
fulfilled them what
Yeah,
they
I feel
want.
you on
That's all
that.
I'm saying.
I
Right.
feel you on
That's
that.
But
all. We
you
have
know what?
never just the
Melo was the
thought. That's
last
all I
thing
was
they gave
saying.
us.
But you know
We
what?
get
You know what, Shy? This is the thing. I hear what you're saying. But
right.
until fans decide that they're not going to the Garden, because they still making money off their hand and foot.
Exactly.
Well,
They
that's
still
the one
making money
thing
like
Knicks
that.
fans. That's the one thing Knicks fans don't take into account, bro.
Right.
The Knicks are winning, bro. This NBA thing, the Knicks are winning hand over fist at everything,
Winning at losing.
except what's going on the court.
On the
Yep,
court.
they winning. They're winning at losing.
But
The same.
They
Freezy,
winning the money thing. They meant winning.
Yeah.
Who make more money than the Knicks? In
Only
terms of
Golden
Nobody.
State.
in terms of popularity and shine, who's more popular than the Knicks? The
Only
Knicks
Golden
win
State.
Nobody.
probably the
everything off
Lakers,
the
probably
court,
Lakers.
but on the court, the Knicks are losers, bro.
Yeah.
Man.
That's a. But look how.
No,
But
but
also,
Freezy, in
right.
reality, you think if fans don't come, MSG or Dolan ain't gonna make money?
Oh no! Look!
No,
If
I ain't never
fans
said
stop
that.
coming, if
Who
fans
said
start,
that?
if the ticket sales starts to drop, they're saying if ticket sales start to drop, Dolan's gonna have to do something. He'll make moves because that's his money. You know, it's about the money.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. And I understand where y'all coming from. But the ticket sales ain't gonna drop, bro.
But that's the
No, it
thing.
ain't.
It's not.
No, it's not. It's
Because
impossible.
if Staffordon get mad and turn in his license to buy season tickets this year,
There's gonna be
man,
somebody right behind
100
him. It's about
It's
yeah.
100 people that's gonna push Staffordon out the way to get that.
They got a
that
waiting
piece
list.
sale.
They got
That's
a
what I'm saying. Listen,
That's
yeah, I
about
don't think
1,000.
we realize how big the tri-state area is. I'm upstate New York. You got people upstate driving 6 hours to go to the Garden. You got people
Yes.
from New Jersey driving to
Once
go
a
to the Garden.
week. They
So
doing it
it's
once a week.
never ever going to stop because
That's
the
what I'm
tri-state
saying.
area is big, man. And people underestimate how big the tri-state area is.
Yo, people ain't-
There's so many fans, bro, in the tri-state area.
It's
Upstate
a
New
melting
York,
pot,
y'all
man.
underestimating
Interstate
how many-
81.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Fort Drum.
Fort Drum, New York.
Yep.
Yeah,
You
man.
got upstate. You got all 5 boroughs. You got New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? It's just, big, bro.
Yeah,
Connecticut,
and you got
Yeah.
Canada.
Boston.
And then just take and keep in mind, think of the tourists.
Yeah.
Yep. That's
Think of the
true.
tourists. So you
Yeah,
got all that
and
money.
just-
So it's
something
never
gotta
going to
change,
end.
Let me
man.
tell you something. When island people come to New York, who you think is their team?
Oh, it's New
New
York.
York.
The Knicks.
The Yankees and the Knicks.
Easy.
That's why he gonna bet
It's
that much.
New York.
And Stafford, he printing money down there, man.
That's easy.
Say that again.
I say Dolan printing money, man.
That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. Don't get it twisted. Dolan is not losing at the game of ownership.
No.
No,
He's
he's
just losing
winning.
on the court.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's it. You don't
Yeah.
get it twisted. You gonna tell man,
that's
look,
that's just a small percentage, man.
Yeah,
MSG is booked out every night, probably.
yes.
And he got
Every
the TV.
night,
And he got
every
the TV
night.
networks.
Bro, I just know my uncle. Go ahead. My uncle
Hey,
just
Scott,
booked
Scott,
season
let
tickets.
me say this. Let me say this to you right quick. Right,
Go ahead,
I
kid.
looked at the ticket prices for the game in Charlotte, right? Because I just
Yeah.
like hanging around a dude named Stephanon. He hilarious to be around, bro. He's a good person. he a good person when he lets you talk. Sometimes he just talk your head off. But now, so I looked for tickets for the Charlotte game, right? In Charlotte, bro. 8 feet behind Julius Randle. Do you know how much those tickets take the wildest guess? Like you legit, Julius Randle.
Don't tell me $80.
Hear me out. Julius Randle
800.
can hear your. You know how the servers come to
500.
you and bring you. You know how you use the app at the game to order stuff, and then the servers come bring you stuff in the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Julius Randle will probably have to get out the way so she can bring your stuff to you. That's how close it is, right?
I'm
Yeah,
telling
I
you.
gotta
So
get-
we
guess
was in
how
the
much-
sky.
guess how
We
much-
was in the skybox last year. So you talking about behind Randall?
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about behind the
The
Knicks
bench.
bench.
Behind
Yeah,
the
the
bench.
bench.
I guess
In
how much
Charlotte, we talking about, right?
in Charlotte. Guess how much that ticket is, Stephen?
How much?
550.
No,
But
less.
600.
it's probably less than
Oh,
Oh,
$100.
less than 550. Less than 550.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh
checked
wow.
It today.
That,
I checked it today.
200.
Right?
200.
It's $483.
that is a steal. That is a steal.
For
It
you
was
to
even
smell
lower. It
Julius
was lower than
Randle.
that when they were trash.
That is a steal.
Right. And so the thing I'm getting at, hey, GI, the ghetto intellect is in the building was good. But the thing I'm getting at, man, is this. Y'all think now because in the garden, those tickets are gonna be like $13,000, $13.50.
Easily.
Hell yeah.
That's crazy.
Right?
That's crazy,
Yeah,
boy.
man.
Right.
That's
Hell
crazy.
yeah.
You tell and you know what? You know what? If that person that owned that PCL, that license to buy that ticket down there, if that person slipped on a banana peel, guess what's gonna happen?
Oh, somebody.
100 people gonna get in. 100 people gonna get in line to buy that ticket. They ain't gonna check on the person that's dead. They like he dead and gone. Ain't nothing he can do.
Look,
What
they
about the
stepping
ticket?
right over that. They stepping right over that.
Stepping
Joke.
right over. That's what I'm saying.
So
Uncle
Freezy,
Freezy.
what's the number one option to fixing this thing, man? Because we got to talk about some solutions, man.
So here's the solution. Let me try to change our mindset right now, just real quick.
All right, doctor.
What I saw tonight had nothing to do with systems, with talent. Tonight I saw low IQ basketball, right? Whether it's people are bad decision makers, they can't grip it, they don't have the aptitude, they don't think, they're not smart, or they selfish. No matter which one it was, it's there, right? Because I saw Obi Toppin cut to the basket. He was wide open for a old school Hoosiers bounce pass. So you just bounce pass it to him. You know what I'm saying? He get it and lay it up. Instead of doing the fundamental play, a cat tried to throw a lob over outstretched hands. Now, either that person wanted to be seen on the highlights, or they're dumb. I like to think that they want to be seen on the highlights because I don't want to think that we have dumb players. But you can't come out.
But it was a dumb play.
It was a dumb
play.
Why did you just, you was down by 17 at the time. Why don't you just make the fundamental play, be down by 15, get back and play?
No, we
defense?
can't. Freezy, we can't do that, Freezy. You know that. We gotta be on Sports Center, man.
Bro, but the thing I'm getting at is when people see these losses pile up, what they're gonna say is fire Tibbs.
Right.
I feel bad for Tibbs, man. This I'm gonna tell you, I'm sticking out to this Freezer. This is just a bad team. Period.
I mean,
Period.
as truth be told, right now when you look at it, Tibbs is the one-legged man in a butt kicking contest right now, man.
Boy, I ain't heard nobody say that in years.
Go
ahead, boy.
That's because you're not the one-legged man.
Because he is. He's a one-legged man.
And you
right
know
now
what, Ron? You took,
and it's all bad. And
What's
he got
that, Steph?
he got a bad bunion on that one foot.
Yeah.
What you said, Steph?
no, I was about to say you took the person I was about to say right out my mouth, because quickly, I think it was on a break, and he tried to throw the ball to Obi between three people.
Yeah.
Between three people.
Right.
When you talk about low IQ, bro.
Low IQ.
And your name IQ. And your name IQ.
RJ Barrett threw a entry pass to Obi Toppin that almost went in the rim. Y'all remember that?
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. RJ,
Hey,
RJ, when you shoot the basketball, you can't hit the rim, but when you pass it, you hit.
Yeah, it almost went in.
And how about Obi hit the side of the backboard again?
Oh man.
On a three.
But you know what's sad? You know what's sad, fellas? You know what's sad? How many Shaq and the Fool highlights you had in one game?
Right.
No, how many Shaq in the highlight? I think RJ Barrett gotta lead that candidate this year. Ain't no way he can not be a candidate for like top 10 Shaq and the Fool.
I'm talking about tonight. Tonight alone, this one game. Tonight
cool.
alone, this one game. You know what? Shaq and the Fool, the next Shaq and the Fool episode is gonna probably be all Knicks. All Knicks.
I'm gonna tell y'all one thing.
Half Obi.
You know they love to crap on us already.
You know what I got mad at looking at Obi, and I thought about this, and I started like thinking about his games, all his games. I have yet to see Obi Toppin with all that athleticism just go up and post to somebody. Everything. The only time he's dunking is on a clear runway.
Right.
He's not going up with all that athleticism he got and just tearing the rim off on somebody.
Yamming on somebody.
I'm gonna tell you something, man. I think Obi Toppin can average 23 or 24 a game. Right?
Oh, I agree. I agree.
But here's how he can do that. Obi's three appears to be, now mind you, I'm saying if everything goes right? Mm-hmm. Obi's three appears to be wet right now. He looks like he's the best
he is the best 3-point shooter on the team right now.
Yeah, he sure
right
is.
now, right?
That's crazy. He went from blah to ah.
Yeah. He went from ilk to silk. Yeah. But here's how he get to 23, 24 points a game. Now it's not gonna happen overnight, right? But what Obi doesn't have in his bag is a series of go-to moves and counters.
Absolutely.
Right? He does not have that. So what we'll do is we'll table that and just give Obi some time to add one thing at a time to the point where he get like Tim Duncan, where you don't know which move coming, right? Obi, what teams are gonna do now is, since Obi's a deadly 3-point shooter, teams are gonna be flying out there.
They're gonna hit him with Steve Novak.
To contest his three, yeah. So what Obi needs to do, because you remember earlier when I said when RJ Barrett got the ball and the guy came screaming out there and RJ couldn't go by him with his superior athleticism and first step.
Mm-hmm. See, Obi can.
You put Obi Toppin in that situation, you want that situation. Obi wants you to either do one thing, come out here slow and fear that I'm gonna blow by you so that I can shoot this three in your face. Right? That's the one thing you want. Or the alternative is come flying out here, hauling rump out here to try to block my three so I can put that ball on the basket and use my athleticism at the rim. Right? And so what that does is sure, it means Obi doesn't have an in-between game, right? But we can work on that, right? Because the two things you want to do is either knock down the three or go to the rim, go to the rim strong, and finish and maybe get fouled. The 3-point play. You getting the 3-point play either way. Is that not what you want? Is that not one of the outcomes you want?
Exactly. High percentage shot.
But the thing about it is is when Obi is there in that corner in that thing set up for that situation, your point guards have to understand the time and score and pace of the game.
Yeah.
Right? Your RJ Barrett, if you down by 8, now's not the time for you to go barreling into the basket and throwing a brick off the backboard when Obi Toppin is in the corner wide open.
It really Freezer. It's not a brick. It's not.
Well, that dunk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
are we calling it now?
It break the backboard.
Okay, I knew.
Yeah, you saw the air ball dunk.
It's a boulder.
RJ, when he tried to dunk on somebody.
Hey, yo, guys,
I
is he
think
the
he
worst?
got blocked.
Guys,
I think he got blocked, Ryan.
I was looking at that like, did that get blocked or did he airball it?
Yes.
Fellas, is he the worst overall pick?
Yeah,
Third overall pick?
For the Knicks?
No.
No, just like in history.
No. He ain't nowhere near. But
you got the Greg Odens. You got the Bennett.
No, I said third. Third. Not first. Third.
Yeah, because Bennett was first.
Yeah, Bennett was first.
Yeah,
but
Bennett
you know what?
was first.
You know what's the crazy thing? Where's Bennett from?
Canada.
Yep.
That's a great point. That is a great point. And he got hype. You might be on to something. We might be on to something now. Hold up.
So
I forgot all about Anthony Bennett.
We don't need to draft no more players.
Man, look, right now I'm looking at Canada.
Jamal Murray is from Canada.
Oh, that joke tough.
Yeah,
Jamal Murray from Canada.
SGA from Canada.
Yeah. But we don't need to draft from Canada or France. We can't get it right. Can't get right, man. We can't look.
Yeah, France. Stay away from France. Far away from
France. I'm gonna tell y'all for the rest of the season what's my highlight. What I'm optimistic about. I'm watching 2 players on this roster for the rest of the season. I don't care about the wins or losses because I know it's gonna be plenty of them, plenty of losses, and they ain't gonna make my hair turn gray faster than what it's supposed to. But I'm gonna tell you like this, man. I'm watching Cam for the rest of the season.
I'm with you on that.
And I'm watching Sims.
And I'm with you on
those
that.
Those two guys, because it look like they got the most potential. That's getting any minutes. Grimes, I'm afraid about Grimes, man. I that foot, man. He. Do people realize that is a big man injury that dude dealing with, man?
Man, he got Rasheed Wallace feet.
Patrick Ewing feet. They
said it wasn't. They said it wasn't plantar fasciitis. That's what they said. It wasn't that.
They got some reports saying
that's not what it was.
What, he got an ingrown toenail? Got an extra inflamed bunion?
I mean, they just say it was a sore foot.
But you know, it's crazy stuff. I remember them saying initially that he dodged a major injury. Right. I remember that when his first, like early in the season was getting ready to start. When they shut him down, they said he dodged a major injury. I'm like, what's the major injury? Was it the what they call that thing? The Frank injury?
Liz Frank fracture.
I say, is it that?
Guys, I don't even think it's that. I just think it's more of like I think it's a divide. I think it's a clear divide with the Knicks. That's why it wasn't the Donovan Mitchell trade and go through.
So what's the divide? What's the divide then?
The divide is RJ and Grimes. The divide is who's better and who somebody's. I think Tibbs going hard for Grimes, and I can't really figure out who's on RJ's side, but somebody's clearly on RJ's side. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think Tibbs was never on RJ's side. I can honestly say that now.
Remember, he gave the green light to trade him.
So
I think he's setting him up for failure.
But what are you basing it on?
I mean, I can't really base the divide on anything. I'm just basing it on basically of Grimes. Basically, if he's injured, why would you dress him for one? You know what I'm saying?
That don't make any sense. I agree with that.
That don't make any sense. That don't make any sense for one. That don't make no sense. Why would you do? Go ahead.
So my thing is with what you're saying. I don't think it's an injury. I just don't think Grimes is that good. I definitely don't think he's in shape. He looked heavier than he was last year. Ain't no way you can.
But you know, this is the thing. You know,
all those game minutes. You're not gonna get in shape sitting on the bench.
Yeah, and the reason why I say that though is because the rumor was, so it's two rumors. Okay, so it's two rumors. Quentin Grimes dies to major foot injury. That's one rumor, right? And then the other rumor is RJ Barrett has been dealing with a sickness, an illness for the past.
That is a lie.
Right. So, but
Well,
here's the thing.
He had
RJ
the
must have
same
been
thing
sick
last
all
season, though. He had the same thing last season this time.
Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead,
Just
Freezy.
yeah, one of it.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing with it, right? The one guy that has the serious injury, and you're looking at him, he's healthy. You don't list him on the injury report because the NBA will fine you and take away draft picks if you lie about the injury report.
Mm-hmm.
You know that, right? Mm-hmm. So Quentin Grimes is not on it. He hadn't been. I check it every day. Quentin Grimes hadn't been on the injury report for over 2 weeks, right? But they hadn't been playing him. RJ Barrett has some type of flu-like symptoms, like they said on MSG Network. So wait a minute. So you telling me that Grimes, who's completely healthy, or not completely healthy, but is not injured enough to be on the injured list, can't play for RJ Barrett, who you say on the broadcast has the flu?
But you know what, Freezy, I'm gonna go with this thought too. With this, you got me thinking about this, right? Let's go back to this summer, right, when they didn't make that trade for Donovan, and immediately, they went and signed RJ, so that killed the deal, right?
Yep.
They pivot away from us, and then the New York Knicks PR went and penned this letter about them. Was happy with RJ and RJ is our guy and all this. And you remember
he the first round pick, the signing extension.
You remember when all them extensions was going on? And you remember I was like, man, I'm wondering why they ain't signed RJ yet. Everybody getting an extension. Why RJ ain't got one? They can say that lie because they didn't want to sign him. If they was that sure on RJ would have got signed immediately.
Of course. And then Leon Rose biggest mess up because like I say, I take Brunson that he's on the team. Like he's on our team, so I'll take him. But for our first priorities was all like everybody was. It's clearly many divides. I think Leon Rose all he cared about was Brunson. I don't even think he really cared about the Donovan Mitchell deal. Now that you think about it, because his father
he wasn't even the chief negotiator.
They said that Rojas guy is whatever.
Yes, he was the chief negotiator.
Right. So that's terrible.
They said a couple of them. They said a couple of them was talking to Age.
Right.
That's
crazy.
So
that's a problem, though.
Assistant. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem. To not directly for Leon Rose and Danny Ainge to not directly talk. That Leon Rose didn't care about that trade. He didn't care. His mindset was on Jalen Brunson. Clearly, you know what I'm saying?
They had a tunnel vision effect, just like in the draft, man. Everybody in the Knicks verse know that their whole focus was on Jaden Ivey. That's who they were looking to move up for. And when we couldn't get Jaden Ivey, what they did, they punted out of that draft and used them picks and used some of the picks they got to trade Kemba Walker, who they could have just cut. They could have just bought him out.
Yeah, bought him out or hit him with
that draft. And what they essentially said to all the Knicks fans is that ain't none of them players other than Jaden Ivey was worth putting on a Knicks jersey. And we know that wasn't the truth. Because look how these boys balling.
Ben Mathurin is killing the game right now.
Killing the game.
Killing it.
Shady and Sharp. Look what Sharp doing.
Yeah.
And then Freezy, you remember watching the draft.
Yeah.
And
I ain't never been that mad all my life.
Yeah. The one kid Indiana picked up in the second round, the one small forward that you and I were both talking about. I can't remember his name right now. Indiana passed him. 6'7", he's like 6'7", 6'8", small forward, lanky, real bouncy.
Right.
Got him in the second round. But who we get?
Trevor Kills.
Oh, that's why. That's why
you brought his name up.
And a guard. So and they got him listed as a guard. So this
G League affiliate.
Yeah, the front office loves small guards.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like small guards.
I'm glad. Hey, I'm glad I could get a laugh, man.
And that's why that was my biggest problem with the Jalen Brunson side. It was too in-house. It wasn't broadly wide. It was like too secretive. And I'm like, yo, why is this so like secretive just to get Jalen Brunson. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I like Brunson. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, it's Kendall Brown.
Kendall Brown, yeah, that
Kendall
kid
Brown,
right there.
yeah.
Kendall Brown. Second round could have got him. But check
Yeah.
this out, shot. Check this out. So
Hey,
me
but
and
Soulfinger, they didn't draft him. Minnesota drafted him, and,
But
Indiana traded for him.
traded for him. Yeah,
So
but
the
we had
Knicks
a
could have
traded. See,
Yeah,
what I'm
Trey
saying?
Murphy is another one.
You see Freezy? Trey,
Shout out to Ghetto Intellect on that one. Trey Murphy balling too.
Trey Murphy. Yeah. So Ron and I were talking, and hey, Ron, remember we were talking just the other day about the moves they were making and all that, and what could have been done, and how you move around. And I just say all this: the front office, man. I don't trust this. Man, I don't trust this front office trying to boil a pot of water.
No,
Nope.
no, because they're gonna hurt themselves. They're gonna drop the pot on their foot.
Man, they're gonna burn all the water, gonna boil out, and then they're gonna touch a hot pot.
I'm gonna tell y'all though, I'm at the point right now. What's gonna make me happy is when Dolan finally step in and just clean house.
Yeah.
And just say, hey, I'm going to do what I need to do to go get Sam Presti or get
look how much times. Look how much times he's gonna do that though.
Hey,
you know how many coaches and GM that he has fired that he still has to back pay, bro. I mean, I'm not saying that he don't have it, but what's the sense? You remember, he's still paying Derek Fisher. He's still paying Fisdale. He's still paying some of these other coaches. So to go fire them, to go pay them.
But guess what, Staffer? James Dolan don't care. We know that. When James Dolan get fed up, when he get fed up, he cleans house.
Yep.
And Stafford, my Caribbean Iron brother, that man's a billionaire. He don't care. He burned holes in his pocket. Like that he don't care. You look what he did with Phil Jackson. They said Phil Jackson was laughing at him. He chasing Phil Jackson. Oh, my fault. You is my Caribbean.
Stafford, hey, Stafford, he ain't never acknowledged me, bro.
I'm sorry, Uncle Free. You know my Caribbean.
Have you seen Black Panther yet?
Yes.
You saw Haiti, right?
Yes, that was so. It almost made me cry, man. It was amazing, man.
Shout out to Haiti.
Man, shout out to you for acknowledging that.
Don't y'all give the movie away because I ain't watch it yet.
No.
Oh, you didn't see it?
No.
Not yet.
Oh man, you gotta check that out. You gotta check that out, man. It's long.
Stafford, that's something I wanted to share with you though, man. And every Knicks fan, man, we all should be happy about James Dolan though. Because one thing I will say about that cat,
man, I don't know about that, right?
I'm gonna tell you one thing I will say about him. You got some fans of teams that they know they own is cheap and they ain't gonna spend that money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This dude is willing to spend that money, man. And
Ron, he got it though. To his point, he got it. He blessed. You know what I'm saying?
That I agree 100% with. Is
yeah,
when
his
he started
so
saying,
fat
"Hey,
he got the mumps."
I'm giving the office full autonomy until he decided, do what he got to do. Because it started with Phil. Remember, he got out the way. He let Phil do what he wanted to do until Phil got a little crazy.
Phil was sent in as an agent to Phil was sent in to sabotage us, man.
But other than that, you know what he did with this front office? He been out of the way. This dude, you ain't heard nothing from him.
But Ron, guess what? You know part of that, Ron? I was about to bring up a point. You know he in the rock band.
Oh yeah.
Like that's why he's away from the team. He's in the rock. Like, come on, man. He's
but you know
a billionaire in a rock band.
Now, he ain't afraid to spend that money to get the man that he wants. That's one thing.
Ron, has one of his checks ever bounced?
No. Only thing they're gonna do is bounce around in that Brinks truck. They coming to bring that money when they trying to figure out what draw they gonna put that check in.
Yeah, I think he got a blues. It's blues. I don't think it's rock. Well, anyway, he got a band.
Blues band.
Yeah, blues band. I mean, granted, I don't know if they're any good. I don't know if they.
Right. Nah, he's horrible, dog. He's horrible.
Well, he put all his heat care about that a lot. That's like his number one passion. Exactly. That's his number one passion.
I'm gonna tell y'all like this. Presti is the dude I want on this running this organization.
Ron, I think did I tell you who I wanted? I got a surprise person.
Who you want?
So I have two. So if one of them sound crazy, the other one gonna sound even crazier, right? So who I want to run the Knicks, be the team president, right, is Steve Kerr, who I want to be the GM
That ain't
under
crazy.
Steve Kerr.
That is not crazy.
Is my GM under Steve Kerr is Allen Houston, right?
I like Allen.
I like Allen.
Not crazy.
I like Allen.
And
That is not crazy.
And so for a number of reasons. For one, Steve Kerr is a proven head coach, and he is right at that age where he's about to start getting too old to be the everyday grind of a head coach, right?
Well, you forward thinking. I like that one, Freezer. I like that call.
Yeah, you know, these dudes, because you can see, you start seeing Steve Kerr facing, Steve Kerr ain't never. If Steve Kerr is like being president of the United States, bro, you take the job, and 4 years later, you look like your granddaddy.
And that's a good point you bring up, because he done won as a coach and as a player. The only thing he hadn't won it yet is in the front office. So that's a trifecta.
You get that. Hold on, let me get a second one. Just a second one, just real quick. The second one,
Allen Houston.
My second team president option is Jalen Rose, right? And the reason why you bring in a Jalen Rose is not because you want to make a splashy hire. You want to get somebody just young enough to relate to the players,
to the young,
but old enough, like far enough away from the game where the little day-to-day stuff like email Doku, messing with other people, women, so he old enough to understand that the job is bigger than this small petty stuff. And when you hire Jalen Rose, the first person I'm calling to be the head coach of the New York Knicks is
Juwan Howard.
Juwan Howard. Now listen. Now Juwan Howard took a Michigan team of just athletes that was like low IQ and turned them into a power. You know who Jalen Rose. I mean, you know who Juwan Howard coached. Dudes like Jordan Poole. Y'all like Jordan Poole?
Absolutely. I'd take him on this team in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat, right? In a heartbeat, right? You, a bunch of the Jalen Rose thing is this. You go from Leon Rose, who is a hermit, right,
to a person that's going to talk to
somebody that can eloquently speak to the public without shooting us to gas. See, Fizdale and them shot us to get. Yeah, we think we are a championship contender. We one move away. We ain't know how we one move away, and we got Moutier at point guard. You know,
I'm gonna tell you what I like about that idea, Jalen Rose, because see, Jalen Rose actually came through. When you think about from his college days with Steve Fisher, then he had Larry Brown as a coach. Yeah. So he's had some great coaching, and he knows what talent look like, and he knows what talent don't look like. And I can guarantee he knows what he would be aggressive,
and he knows what failure is. See, the thing is, I could talk positivity all the time, but if you in a slump, who do you need to talk to? Come talk to me. I'm Jalen Rose. Hey, RJ, listen, you struggling, man? Listen, I was struggling one time, man, and I couldn't figure out what to do, and then when I was struggling, couldn't figure out what to do. The Lakers came in town, and Kobe Bryant scored 81 on me when I was already struggling.
I'm gonna tell you, Freezy. The reason why I love that Jalen Rose situation is because of Juwan Howard. Yeah, that right there. Yeah. That right there.
And you got a proven coach.
Okay, Steph, who you got?
My pick, and I know he said he would never come. I know it's very far-fetched. I think in order to get him, you got to give him a piece of the franchise.
I think I know where you're going at. You're going to Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I want you, Jerry. If I could get you, Jerry, I'm taking him. The other person I'm taking is that guy in Phoenix, James Jones. I think he's doing
because he can come out the booth and shoot. Because Lord knows we ain't got no shooting right now.
Right.
I think he's doing I think he's doing a good job in Phoenix. So those two will be my picks.
I'll be rapid fire with mine. I like the Uncle Free. I gotta take it for you because I always thought about him. I think he deserved it. Allen Houston, I think he deserved it just because
he's been an understudy for a while.
He'll be my GM, but I'm going to somebody that got their whole trademark taken from that. A guy that took their whole blueprint and just ran with it. But he won multiple championships. Steve Kerr, Mark Jackson, a hometown kid. He deserved a shot, man. He deserved another shot in the NBA for one, and he's from the city, man. So he deserved.
Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about as team president?
As a head coach. Yeah, I'm taking Mark Jackson as my head coach. Okay. I like Tibbs, but if we just starting all over.
Mark Jackson too, man.
Mark Jackson. He's a proven coach. He's proven.
I like that cat, man.
What up to
Golden
the panel?
Golden State. What's going on now?
What up to the panel? I wanted to say I don't want no more old fart coaches, man. No more old farts, man.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I'm with you on that.
No more old coaches, man. No more old coaches.
We need some brothers in there, man.
We need some new wave. We need some new wave, new age thinking, man. We need some new jack coaches for these new jack players, man.
Right. And I like Tibbs, but that's only if we go like if we clean the house, like you know what I'm saying? Because I don't think Tibbs' fault at all, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? He got to deal with. He got to deal with.
It's 80-90% on the front office. He can't make the groceries. Only thing he's doing is cooking the dinner. But this team is flawed, and I can't put it all on him if I'm being 100% about this team, man.
Man, he got RJ, a team with RJ Barrett, 8-8. Cowboys.
What up, Joe?
You asking RJ to be a shooting guard when RJ can't even shoot, and he ain't good enough to play the small.
Man,
forward.
You know we already know RJ can't hit an elephant in the backside with
RJ Barrett is a 6'6" Marcus Fizer. Swear for Lord. My man is a 6'6" Marcus Fizer, bro.
Hey man, I'm telling y'all, man, I'm off the RJ train, man. I'm ready to drive him up out of here.
Hey, Ron Cleveland, keep it. Uncle Freezy, you can contest to this, man. I wanted to get on so bad, but I didn't because it was so bad the other day. How Coach, I'm calling him out, man. I'm calling King Angie out. I'm calling Greeny out, and I'm calling Coach out. First of all, RJ Barrett is no relations to you guys, so you don't owe him no loyalty. Second of all, rest in peace to Earl Simmons. He said you got to trust people for who they are, not for who you want them to be. And what I learned from DMX is I trust people for who they are, not for who I want them to be. Right. So for 4 years, this guy has just been showing me inconsistency. So I can only trust him for who he is. And when I compare him, my ceiling to him, he has the perfect number 9. I compare him to an Andre Iguodala. He's a 6 man on the championship team. I've been saying this. I stressed this for 4 months. People call me haters.
In a role because he is not athletic like Iguodala.
I was about to say
in that role.
Yeah. I was
in that role, like as a role player coming off the bench, helping the team get off the hump. Put him on. You take Wiggins off, put him on the bench, put RJ on the best defender just to get a Wiggins off him. You're not putting him on there necessarily for a lockdown defender, but you know what I mean? Just to put a different body on the person. You know what I'm saying? So
I got it. I got you. Right. I got it.
RJ, by the way, young Iggy. Go
ahead, Uncle Freeze.
Young Iggy used to carry the film.
No, I said go ahead, Uncle Freeze.
No.
That's all.
You right.
That's all.
Right.
Yeah.
But
so I said that right.
RJ Barrett is, in my opinion, RJ Barrett, and I kid when I say this, but RJ Barrett is a 6'6" Big Baby Davis.
Wait, hold on, Freezy. Hold on, Freezy. We talking about maple syrup.
Why, Uncle Freezy? Tell us why, please.
We talking about maple syrup, Shabazz Muhammad.
Yes.
Listen. See,
next thing you know, he's gonna say he's an upscale Quincy AC.
Yeah. Well, without the athleticism.
Oh my God, y'all boys,
y'all funny, boy. RJ,
my only problem is this.
Nah, bro, it's his fault, bro. Like because he got tattooed him on his hand, and he's not him. He's just not him, bro.
That's not a real tattoo. That's not a real tattoo. That's not a real tattoo. That was not real. That was not real.
Somebody talk with somebody a lot like that. You know what them old people used to say, man. I know his nose burning.
Of course.
The way we talk about him. I can't, yo. I just gotta make light of it. I know some people are gonna call me RJ. I'm not.
The problem,
right? Yeah, everybody hating on RJ, but it's just clown.
Hey, Pino, I got a question for y'all. Like, as you see,
hold on, bro. Yeah, gee, woo, my man is on. The problem is, we sat around and we said, "Yo, we got to be patient with RJ. This is the guy we drafted." Gotta be patient with him. You know, just he's gonna do this in the summertime. He's gonna do this in the off season. And we was patient and don't diss RJ. Stand by his side. And we was patient with him.
They say.
Hold on. Don't give me that. Let me land my plane. We was patient with
Anybody
him.
Hear him? Because I can't hear nothing.
I can hear.
Yeah, I can hear.
I can hear him.
I don't need to yell.
My fault.
I don't need to yell to get my point across. My fault. My bad. It's 3:00 in the morning. I was we were patient with him all the way up to the point we gave him $100 million contract, and now he's gonna be the immovable object, and we are stuck with 5 years of RJ Barrett, who can't crossover dribble, who can't get his own shot, who can't. I mean, I'm snake bitten. I've been a Knicks fan since 1981. I can't believe what I'm watching right now.
Yeah, I gotta agree with it. I'm gonna tell you, this contract seemed worse than that Chris Childs contract, man.
Ooh. I've been saying this for a long time ago. I even got into a debate with this one guy from Far Rockaway, defending this guy and saying that he's a golden child and we gotta give him this time and that time. No. It's been 4 years now, bro. Just like how I put it on Cam too. Cam been in this league for a good 4 years now.
Let's give Quentin Grimes a chance.
Even though he had injury, you understand what I'm saying? I'm not putting the injury on him, but he had his chance also too.
Yeah.
And he's making his chance now, but to keep giving this guy a pass all the time. He's 21. He's 20. He's 22. When he's 27, we gonna say he's 27.
He's 27.
Yeah, I mean, like, come on, bro. You gotta stop with the excuses for the kid, man.
And Stafford,
I've been saying
what
this.
makes this even worse? You know what makes this even worse, Stafford? Is that he has Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle, so it should be easier for him this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it should be. But
shoulders like that though.
So,
I mean, you need a perfect player around RJ to make him thrive because these guys aren't snipers. So the only way you can make RJ thrive is if they're snipers. That's the
ain't no one gonna help him make a shot. That's on him.
Yeah, he got to do that.
So, Coach, tell me where you stand right
now.
Got to
make a layup or something.
I'm interested.
He's garbage.
Oh man,
playing like garbage.
He gonna curse us out.
You know, he plays.
No, I ain't.
He said in the moment. He's in the moment right now.
Bro, y'all got me all twisted. That's your problem. You think because
I'm
not saying y'all that are saying that I'm the president of the RJ fan club.
You're a little edgy, bro. You all right?
Yeah. Hey, man.
Coach, you
been got the
I'm not edgy. What you talking about, bro?
Coach, with y'all terms.
Coach, tell me,
you messed up, Coach. You messed up. You've been defending RJ too hard. You got to hold your L. There's no way to pivot it.
Last night you was on this boat,
bro. I'm not defending. I didn't defend the man. I'm simply stating what I view and what I feel like about the patient situation. And he shit the bed.
Wrong. You got to hold your out.
I ain't got to do nothing but stay fat, white, and pay taxes and die. And that's all I got to do.
Cool, Coach.
So, Coach, tell me.
What L am I taking? But here's the problem. I have never stated that RJ Barrett, we should count on him to be our best player. Go back on any kind of broadcast we've ever had since I've been on the Blue Orange Tears Network where I said that we should build our team around RJ Barrett. I have never said that. All I said was y'all need to chill out. This is pertaining to whoever y'all is. I'm not saying y'all on the panel.
I get what you're saying.
So whoever's saying that I feel that RJ should be built around, like my expectations of RJ aren't that high.
You're saying chill out. Chill out for what? What's going to change?
No, I'm saying chill out about saying just trade him and get rid of his bum at A and all that stuff. That's all.
You wanted to give him some time.
I'm just saying I'll lessen his role. let him figure something out and get what we can out of him. And then if he don't do nothing that we need him to do for the rest of the year, then we'll make a decision.
So, Coach,
that's
where you
it.
stand at right now, and what you seeing?
He's being above. What's the replacement? Quentin Grimes?
This is Blanche Tears Network. You're the number 2 rider. We need more than that.
What else you want me to say? I said the dude's playing like trash, but what's the replacement? Grimes?
How you feel about that contract, Coach, that he got?
Bro, contracts could be in the NBA just traded away. It's like look how much Westbrook's been getting paid. He got with that contract. He got traded 3 times.
Westbrook. Don't put RJ.
No, but I'm talking about contracts
because Westbrook can play.
Yeah,
Westbrook.
I'm just comparing the contracts, not the play. I'm saying if you're talking about worrying about a contract, people are trying to get rid of him and his contract, and look how much he's making. People still find a way to let him play.
So if it comes down to what you do with RJ,
huh?
Leon Rose doesn't coach RJ.
No, I said if you're Leon Rose, of course we know Leon Rose in front office, man. That's why I ain't even thinking about what Tom could do with him. That's why I'm asking if you Leon Rose, what do you do with RJ Barrett?
It's nothing you can do. Well, what are you going to get for RJ right now with the way he's shooting?
Spam sandwich.
I'm gonna tell you what. If I'm Leon Rose, I'm doing everything in my power to get him up here. I don't care if I got to attach a couple picks. He has to go.
Yeah, but you treat them like cryptocurrency. He's dropping too low in value. You can't sell him right now.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you
you got to wait till his value goes up again before you do that.
Ted DiBiase? You remember Ted DiBiase?
Yeah, the $1 Million Man.
Everybody got a price for the $1 Million Man.
Yeah.
Well, right now he's playing like $150. He ain't playing like $1 Million Man.
Right now.
Y'all gotta let me give. Let me give Freezy his props because I told Freezy it's not that bad that we didn't trade for Donovan Mitchell. I said Freezy, me and Free Keith on the Nick freestyle. We said Freezy, you gotta relax. It's not the end of the world that we didn't get Donovan Mitchell. We just sign our own players and we go about our business. And it was detrimental to the organization because we turned and gave RJ Barrett $100 million, and we're in big trouble now.
I'm gonna say this, and I gotta run, fellas, man. I want y'all to marinate on this because I'm sitting there and it's hitting me. This RJ situation,
dramatic Cleveland.
Hey, I'm giving you some food for thought, man, and you're gonna think about this one.
Corned beef is expensive.
RJ,
my fault.
RJ Barrett right now has set the New York Knicks back by 3 years.
Thank you.
Come on, man.
Thank you.
You know it's a hot take. That's a hot take.
Facts.
And the reason why I said 3 years,
hot take.
because guess what? Whatever he do this year, teams ain't gonna be looking at it. Even if he start playing better, they're gonna wait till next year to see if he start playing better this year to see if he can repeat what he did near the end of the season. So he got to rebuild everything next season, and that's in the first year of that contract. And then they're gonna be looking again. Is it gonna be another slow year with RJ? You see what I'm saying? So right now, that roller coaster he's on, man, it's bad for us, man. It's gonna. We're looking at a 3-year setback.
No, but it ain't gonna be that long. All we gotta do is we gotta replace him. That's
we
it.
gotta figure out a way to get him up out of here.
He's the worst young $100 million player in the NBA.
Yeah,
that's easily to say. I don't get why. I
gotta look up all that.
I mean, that's easily to say. It's evident. Like that's evident. Like it's evident.
He's been a 100 player that's worse than him, coach.
Listen to Macri, man.
Y'all hold up on this $100 million number though, because if it was 2 years earlier, he would have just been making 90 million. Y'all would just say he's the worst $100 million player.
It'll get better.
Peace.
Look, my thing is this. At this point, it looks like an overpaid situation. I agree 100%. But for whatever, I always felt that he's best suited to be the third or fourth option on a team. And right now, he ain't even the third option. So that's the only reason why I wanted to keep him when we were trying to get Donovan Mitchell was because I thought him being a fourth guy with that group that we got with Mitchell, he's going to be good enough for that. But apparently,
I don't think he'll be good enough for that either.
Thank you.
Hey, man.
Don't even get me started on IQ, okay?
How you doing?
I'm just saying right now, you know.
James, can you hear me?
IQ saved us a game, so hey, that's all I got.
IQ got 2 more years where you can watch him grow before you have to pay him.
Yeah.
RJ, once you're at a cusp where you have to pay him, I don't know why we ain't just roll the dice with RJ for the rest of this year and let him play.
I'm letting you know IQ is not
I don't know
going to be
why
back
we
here.
gave him the extension. I have no clue what the heck is going on with this organization.
Hey, but Gi, they done it again.
IQ is
Remember
good
they
as
did it.
gone,
They did
man.
it with. Yeah, they did that with Julius the first time before
Exactly.
gave the contract.
That
So,
you know what Leon Rogers' problem is, he has that 1-year contract left, but he gives them the bag before the year where you can have a look at them, how they play, and then give them a bag. But they just give him a bag just straight away. So I thought that was like a CAA shit, like for Randall to give them money and like everything. But this happened to RJ also. So I guess Leon Rogers is not that good of a
The reason why he did it, JJ, the reason why he did it is because he was trying to hedge his bets, assuming, if they keep this level of play up, maybe they'll be worth way more. And if I buy them now, we're buying them at their lowest cost. But the problem is the commitment of the years is the issue, not the money, not the dollars.
No, RJ
the
got
dollars,
a max. Ain't that a max with
that's where I disagree.
No, they're not. They're not. They're not getting no max. They're not getting paid, bro. That's the max. But the max in 2 years from now, dudes are already making $60 million right now. That's not the
he's
max.
only making 109 because he ain't going to be an all-star. So
Dre, that's not the point. See, Dre, you got smart. Do he deserve it? No, do he deserve it? That's the point. You go into
how much is he making this year, Sha? How much is he making this year?
Bro, that don't matter.
It does matter because if we trade him before we got to pay him higher, then it does matter.
But the team you trade him to got to pay him $100 million.
Yeah, well, that's what they got to pay. We ain't got to pay it.
Well, they're not going to trade for him.
Can I finish my thought? Can I finish my thought? Can I finish my thought, please?
Twist that
but I wasn't even done though, Dre.
Hold on, Sha. I didn't even get to finish my thought. You cut me off, bro.
Your mic.
Dre,
Dre, you always do that, bro. You go long-winded. I wasn't done.
Yeah,
respectfully.
They cut shot off too, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. But go ahead, Dre. Go ahead.
No, when I'm saying the money is not the problem because the cap is going to keep going up and it's going to spike even more than what it is right now. $25 million right now is equivalent to $15 million 5 years ago. You're looking at the dollar sign you're weighing too heavily on that. The thing that you have to think about when you're committing your time, your energy and time into RJ is the years, and you have to commit a certain philosophy around the way he plays. You have to commit to that for 4 years. The dollar sign is not as big as an issue. It's the years. It's the years that's the problem. Teams are not looking at Randall's contract like it's an albatross because of the dollar sign. They don't want to deal with 4 years of him. That's what it is, bro. It's 4 years, bro.
It's 4 years. It's not the AAV. It's the contract length.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it's not an amount of money that's going to keep us from signing someone with a max contract.
Yes, it
like,
will.
We don't even have a max player on our team.
Absolutely could.
GIP, you answer that. Thank you. GIP, you answer that.
Absolutely could when you have $300 million players. It ain't like you only have RJ. Don't forget.
We're over the cap now. We're not under cap. We're over the cap.
So
that
what?
Was my point.
Every good team
who wants to pay luxury tax, bro? Who wants to pay luxury tax? Except for Golden State.
That's not good.
Come on, coach.
The only way the CBA will allow you to go over the cap is to sign your own player. So it will stop you from getting a free agent max contract. Coach, what you're saying is not accurate. Your Dolan can't just spend whatever he wants for whatever player he wants. There's certain situations, and RJ's $100 million could be a detriment in the long run. In fact, in 2 years, it will be a detriment.
That speaks to signing a guy straight outright in free agency, but the Knicks would have
to look at trade. Dre, he wasn't done.
My fault.
You can't just say the money don't matter, because if you want to move RJ's contract, you have to move it for somebody of similar value. Tell me who's going to want to start moving $25 million players for RJ.
Thank you. That was my point about the money. It's his value, Dre. That's what I was getting to.
Are you going to thank everybody that agrees with you?
Oh my God, Coach. Dang, I can get you on the software, man, before I finish, man. Oh, Dre, I wasn't done.
Probably.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me establish this, because Because what it is I think we at a fever pitch, and we not making, you know what I'm saying, we're not really going nowhere with this thing with RJ, right? Because we know the salary cap is gonna spike in 2 years, and then it's gonna spike again the year after. So it's gonna go up to Dre. What is it right now? 120.
It's more than that.
119 or something, isn't it?
121. Don't forget the TV deals too, Freezy.
Yeah,
it's projected to go to 160ish range in 2 years.
In 2 years, and then it's like 173 after that. It's like one TV. It's like one. It's like the TV deals in 2 years, and then all the other outside like the Amazons and all of that stuff is like the year after. So it's gonna. So in 3 years, you're talking about a team will have at least another $50 million of AAV that they can add to their current salary cap. And when you're talking about Randall, RJ, and I'm doing all four because you got to count Mitch too. When you're talking about Randall, Mitch, so it's Randall, Mitch, Brunson, and Julius, right? You're talking about all three of those dudes making about 26, 27 a year. All you're talking about between those four players is $90 million. That's all you're talking about. Yeah. And then Mitch and Brunson's contracts are declining. So they get the bread up front and then their contract goes down over the course of the year. So if it's 90 million and you have another $80 million on your cap, you can still build a championship contender. And what the Knicks did was smart. They like those guys in right now. Because if they waited, RJ and his people would have been asking for $40 million, $45 million.
No, because we could have then let him walk for free.
No, but that's not.
I want RJ out of here. He doesn't get it done. He's not making nobody better. It's a waste of space.
That's not what I said. I said RJ and his people would be asking. I didn't say the Knicks would be paying. You know what I'm saying? There's no harm in that.
Yeah, but you started out by saying they're smart by signing RJ. Is one of the worst things they're ever going to get done to them is they're the guys who gave RJ $100 million when nobody else would have gave him bubblegum wrapper.
What's RJ Barrett's average annual? But RJ Barrett's annual, his AAV, you're looking at is $26.5 million off of $170 million.
Yeah, boy.
I don't know what none of that means. RJ shouldn't be holding no bag in the NBA.
Ghetto intellect. I'm gonna contextualize it for you. I'm gonna contextualize it for you. By the time the next CBA comes out,
you ain't got to, Dre.
This dude
too smart, but hey, Dre, that's a trap. Don't do that.
I was gonna say Jason Tatum's
your
gonna
name's Ghetto Intellect for a reason. I know you smart, bro. I know you get it. You just trapping us in this talking in circles. That's all we doing.
Bro, Jason Tatum and Luka Doncic and Jokic, all these guys, they're gonna make $75 million a year in about 3 years from now.
They deserve that.
Yep.
Okay, and that's
RJ,
fine, but
RJ in 3 years will be making 26.5.
I don't think we care about the years down the line. It's just like GI point, and that was my point, and I ain't like we taking up. My point was who's gonna take that on without some type of I just feel like Danny Ainge set the market price for RJ, man. He wanted RJ. If he wanted RJ, he wanted like 5 picks. I feel like that's gonna be everybody's negotiation. It's gonna be so hard to trade him, no matter how much it goes down. It's still
Danny Ainge didn't want him 1 year left in his contract.
Yeah. The same way Harrison Barnes gets moved every other year. The same way Harrison Barnes, even though
Harrison Barnes been on the Kings for how many years?
But listen to what James
he's making 20 mil though.
Better than
Harrison Barnes making 20 mil.
All right,
so making a ton of money back then.
Right. Hey, hold on. So what James said is accurate. When Danny Ainge wanted RJ Barrett did not sign a contract extension. When RJ Barrett signed that contract extension, the trade stuff was off with RJ. Danny Ainge didn't want RJ in that contract extension. Danny Ainge wanted RJ Barrett at 9 point something million dollars a year so that he can end his contract. RJ could prove it in Utah, right? And if he was a star in Utah, they would consider a contract extension. He was going to do the wait and see approach because if the extension didn't matter, RJ Barrett might be in Utah right now.
You know the New York Knicks have the 22nd highest salary in the NBA.
Right.
We have the 22nd highest salary in the NBA.
Right. But Uncle Freezy, to your point too, I also heard they was going to extend him because remember they extended Colin Sexton. So I was heard they were going to give him that type of contract.
Coach, why
so he was going regardless. He could have got extended regardless. Utah would have.
But you don't know. That's true, but you don't know to what money.
Right. That's true. Yeah.
Coach, so you made that statement. Why should Dolan play into the luxury tax to not make the playoffs? Because that's what he's been doing for years, and that's what he finally said he hired a GM he wasn't going to do anymore. Dolan has no problem paying the salary, but it's all got to be put together right. He'll pay luxury tax if RJ is a keeper. But you got to remember, luxury tax goes to going into bird rights for guys that you got. We don't have any keepers on this team. Even Brunson,
you don't have to worry about luxury tax because when the salary goes up, his percentage of what the total salary is lowers. So there is room to hire a max.
Justification for RJ to be on this team, and what is he going to be? A bench player?
I'm not saying we need to keep him no matter what. Like I'm just saying, if this continues the rest of the way, we got to find a way to move him or fix him. That's our only two choices.
But you guys, to me, I apologize. Sounds like double talk. You're saying salary ain't too bad.
That's not double talk. It's just the truth.
Let me finish. You ain't let me tell you why, but I got it. I know how to
go ahead. Finish.
Nah, I'm good with it, bro.
Yeah. Well, the thing is with the 22nd highest, and I'm not defending Coach point. I'm just this is me rocking the number one chief rocking.
Let's rock.
So the thing is with the 22nd highest salary, right? Just because you go over the cap, don't mean you meet the tax threshold. And it doesn't mean you meet the repeater tax or the third time strike of death where you pay 2.5 times the salary, the total amount that you're paying in salary, right? Right. But I do. So what I'm saying is this: like if you're the Knicks right now, you're in a sweet spot. You chilling, because RJ Barrett's contract extension didn't kick in yet. Right, and then once his contract, once his extension kicks in, Rose and Fournier will probably be off your books.
Yeah, that's $32 million right there.
That's $32 million. So smart money is saying that all they did was replace Fournier and Rose's salary with RJ Barrett's contract extension. That's all they did.
None of that is an excuse to give RJ Barrett $100 million, and all he could do is dribble left with no moves and just bully into people. He barely could get his own shot. None of that is an excuse to give that man $100 million.
Right. Right. But is it $100 million a year? No. It's $26.5 million a year.
It don't matter how much it is. None of that is justification for that man to be.
It goes for 4 years. The length of the contract, it actually matters.
Then why bring up the dollar
because
amount?
Duncan Robinson, he gets paid like $16 million for next 4 years, and he is the one of the immovable contract of the NBA. Immovable, like you cannot move this guy. You need to have like a pick attached to a tanking team, and they might as well receive it. And maybe that's almost exactly the same because it's not the amount of it; it's just the length of the contract. Like, technically, Westbrook is more movable contract than RJ.
The bottom line in business is the man worth it or not? He's not. No matter how y'all try to say what's only this and that and try to break it down into small pieces of the greater matter, the problem is there's a value attached to the man, and he's not worth it. And our organization gave him the money.
And I totally agree with that.
So GL, let me ask you this. Why you think Leon Rose gave him that money?
Because he was embarrassed. He didn't get the Donovan Mitchell trade, so he wanted to tell the media, I didn't fail. I gave RJ $100 million. We're good to go. Let's go, organization. Let's go, Knicks. We got our team. We're going in. They took pictures of media day.
Yeah. RJ, he was also hedging his bets too.
They had suits on. They were smiling.
If you were
that is low-key true.
If you were a New York Knicks fan supposed to buy season tickets, they got marketing material. We had a media day. They put out there RJ, Brunson, and Barrett. That's the three. Randall, Brunson, and Barrett. That's what they selling the fans. That's what's supposed to be done.
because we fell, Gi. We fell with getting Spider. We fell, and that was a great point. It was a lean in marketing because we all came on this panel and agreed that the way they was bribing about RJ and say they always won him, we all knew that was a lie because they could have extended him. They could have extended him, and he would have never been in trade talks if they been with extending him, if they value him that much. And that was just my whole point, guys. I was just saying his value is clearly not that much because I'm saying why you ain't extend him. Dre told me that maybe they didn't extend him because the salary cap, it was just all types of excuses.
Hold on, can I finish? Can I jump in? They didn't want to have a situation where if you're looking at DeAndre Ayton's number, his cap number, it went up because he performed to a certain level, and the Suns played the whole wait now and see thing, and now they're paying a ton of luxury tax because they have to overpay him because someone offered him damn near max. And what Leon Rose was trying to do,
they matched it the same day.
They could have let him walk.
Yeah, exactly.
But they didn't. But they didn't.
They could have let him walk now if they really wanted to. They didn't have to overpay him. That's a choice. That's a choice.
Leon Rose was trying to be the smartest guy in the room. He was trying to jump out ahead in front, and he did the same thing with Julius Randle, where he tried to give them a number where he thought maybe if he took it now, it would be less now than later on. That's what what he was trying to do.
You see the game we play right here. You did this whole conversation.
That's why I'm being quiet.
This whole conversation is Leon Rose. But when the Knicks do something smart with salary cap, we say Brock Allah. Right?
This
is the game. This is the deflection game. This is bumper cars. What we playing right now.
I feel like I'm being 100%. I don't feel like Brock Allah would pay any of these guys that money.
You know what? But you know what? But the thing is though, Dre, is when we have these conversations, like all the smart stuff that happens, we say, "Oh man, Walt Perrin is an excellent scout. Look at Quentin Grimes. Oh, Brock Allah is an excellent account. He put together the Cavaliers championship team." Right? We say all these things, and then when things bad happen, we say Leon Rose.
I mean, we got a bunch of grifters in our front office, though.
Because
a lot of
Leon
grifters.
Rose is the one who makes the decisions in the end, apparently.
No, what I'm saying is Leon Rose is soft. He don't make decisions. He opens the floor for a whole bunch of people to give their ideas, and whoever is the most charismatic and the most they push their point the most, Leon Rose will say, hey man, what do y'all think? Y'all think he right? And everybody like, yeah. You know, well, if you agree, raise your hand. If not, go outside and take a cigarette.
And then that's the person Leon West throws under the bus to Dolan.
We need a basketball mind in that position.
That's the point that I'm getting at, bro. You can't. Leon Rose wants to be the CEO of the Knicks basketball operation when he's the team president. And for those counting, there is a distinction, right? There is as a team president, you like, hey man, if for instance, I'm Soul Finger, what you got? I'd be like, Soul Finger, what you got? And I go to Soul Finger, I'd be like, Soul Finger, no, that ain't good enough, Soul Finger. Come back later. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, Coach, what you got? Coach, no, Coach, you told me you was gonna provide such and such. Come back later on. You know what I'm saying? That's what the team president is supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? And Leon Rose is being a ninny. Yeah, anybody here know what a ninny is?
A ninny.
Freezer went back.
When you finish, can I say something when you finish?
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
GI, would you say that Leon Rose jumped to conclusion by thinking he had lightning in the bottle with RJ and Randall by signing them?
You know, I think he recruited Randall right. I don't know if he didn't draft RJ, so I wouldn't say lightning in the bottle with RJ. I think he really likes Randall, and I'll be honest, Randall is growing on me because I see how much he does try. I do see passion in Randall. RJ, I'm still looking at, just trying to figure out what buttons that could be pushed. He has this pedigree. He has a relationship with Steve Nash. His dad is Ronan Barrett. Like, I don't understand what's going on with RJ. I really don't.
It's you said it right there though, Gi. It's the pedigree and all the connections, and then you know, and I brought this here up. it's about that money because you can get that Canadian money to come on in there because the jerseys sell over there. You see what I'm saying? All that kind of stuff. But I don't, he's doing the same thing he did last season. He started off like dumpster juice last season, and then after All-Star season, after All-Star weekend, he started lighting it up. So I'm thinking, okay, he finished strong. He's gonna start off. Now he's back to dumpster juice.
Right when teams start tanking, RJ start eating.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to leave, and like the other guy, I will just say.
Hey James, where you going? James, where you going?
I'm just gonna have a dinner.
Hey man, how you been, brother?
Yeah, I've been well. Just watched today's game, and then I was just like, I just closed it up on the third quarter. I just couldn't watch it anymore. So,
oh man,
yeah.
Oh, man. Well, James, before you get out of here, I got a question for you, James. How you feel about RJ overall progression this season?
If you've been hearing from me, like I was not high on RJ from his draft season.
Oh, I did not like type him of guy.
Yeah, I did not like him from then. So I wanted Tyler Hero or someone else, not just him. I was like, we should make
at this point. I'll take
pick down. Yeah. So I didn't like him in the first place, and I was always trashing on him every fucking year. Every year that he has to be traded somewhere while his value is high. It's too late now.
Now I'll take Mr. Snuffleupagus over here.
Well, the thing I was going to say before I leave was, it's too late when you want to trade him. Like you might not want to trade him. That's the best time that you have to trade him.
I have a solution for RJ, but hey, James, it was good having you come in.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Hey, man. Hey, man. We might have to start doing these 4:00 shows.
Good day, Mike.
Jump on some more. Yeah, man.
Where James solution for RJ Free?
My solution for RJ Barrett, is raising their basketball IQs.
I thought you were gonna say give him some BC powder.
No, I know you can't. RJ Barrett moving around like he got gout. Ain't nothing I can do about that.
Give him some Dick Gregory.
But ain't that with his pedigree? But Freezy, ain't that at a minimum supposed to be the thing that makes us comfortable to give him such a big contract?
I would say to that, you hear a lot of different things from a lot of different people on what RJ Barrett's perspectives is and what he has in his bag already, right? I would say with RJ Barrett, you can't be a smart player. You cannot be a smart player when you do the same thing over and over and over again and expect
insanity.
A different result, right? What I'm saying is this. I saw RJ Barrett work some of his workouts during the offseason where he was working on being more explosive from the perimeter. And even in those videos, he looked the same, right? Now, if you're RJ, what you do is ask yourself, what is my biggest challenge when I go to the rim? My biggest challenge when I go to the rim is my shot getting blocked, right?
Yep. I don't jump high enough.
My body looks like it weighs 600 pounds.
Right.
I got lead basketball shoes.
He's carrying a grand piano, right? So the second thing is
got a credit card leak.
Is defenders are often knocking him off balance. So not only is he not able to jump off them, he's laying up off balance, right? So what mitigates that? Thing number one mitigate
steroids.
A floater.
Just better touch. He tries to employ the floater, but it's just bricks. It's ugly.
But the reason why his floater doesn't work, is because he doesn't know when to use it and when not. He only used the floater when he gets frustrated that he can't get by a guy numerous times, and then he'll throw up a floater. You have to use the floater as the tip of your sword, right? You have to use it as the tip of your sword. If a defender knows that you could pull off a floater anywhere between the 3-point line, between the free throw line and the rim, they're looking for the floater, right? So they don't press up against you. You know what I'm saying? They don't bother you because if you get that floater up and get the foul, then now instead of getting 2 points, you get 3 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing RJ needs to put into his driving game to the basket, right, is take out the Euro step. Y'all know the Euro with all is throwing it up at the rim.
He's trying to do the
That's
Euro
a
that
zero
like
step.
there's a specific Euro step that the elite scorers do, like Jason Tatum. It's called a bump Euro, where they intentionally try to bump their defender out the way while trying to switch gears and slow down and decelerate.
Yeah, Randall does that one.
Yeah, but the thing with RJ, he doesn't have the length after he decelerates to just put it up real nice and easy at the rim. He has to like throw it at the rim because he's short and he doesn't have the bounce.
And he decelerates decelerates sideways and not straight up in the air. Right?
Exactly.
That's the thing. RJ's biggest mistake during this Euro is he is always going away from the basket instead of heading directly to the basket. He's always trying to go in at an angle. That's why when he's off balance, his bricks look weird coming off the backboard. Right?
Because Jimmy Butler does the same Euro, the bump Euro. He comes in and he creates contact with the defender, bumps them off of their position, and if they don't get bumped off, it's a foul call.
Yep.
But
Jimmy Butler stays tight though. Jimmy Butler stays tight. RJ Barrett is at. Y'all don't notice that RJ Barrett RJ Barrett is always right there at the bottom corner of the backboard.
We know exactly what you talk about. I'm enjoying you explaining it because I'm trying to figure out that if we've been seeing this and we don't even sit in these $5 million offices,
and it's like the thing is, if you look at
let me throw this.
They don't want to admit defeat, or they're wrong.
So the last part to it is RJ going to the basket with the floater as a threat, the Euro as a threat, right? The last part is RJ Barrett scanning the floor, keeping his head, because RJ Barrett doesn't go to the basket with his head up, right? There are times where Mitchell Robinson is looking at him and he's open and fall on the floor, and Mitch won't even go over there and help him up because Mitch is like, man, I ain't helping you. I was here wide open in the paint for like 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
He won't.
I don't think RJ can chew gum and dribble at the same time. I don't think RJ can chew gum and dribble at the same time.
Yeah, well, you know what, and that is why I call RJ Barrett a 6'6" power forward.
It's so like
I'm kidding, of course. I joke when I say that, but yeah,
it's so disheartening because he works out with SGA all the time, and SGA is the polar opposite of RJ because SGA is not that athletic. He's fluid, but he's not dunking on anybody. He has an amazing in between game because he has touch. His floater is flawless. His underneath game is flawless. His footwork underneath the basket is flawless. And then when we watch RJ, it's like the polar opposite. He does everything robotic.
Yep.
He's just running, and like he doesn't have like.
I agree with you. Jay, I agree with you, but I think it's more simpler than that. It's just simple. It's skill.
You think he's a 6'6" skill? That's what he is.
I mean, being more fluid is a skill. Like you can work on being more fluid.
Mike Allstar got more hips than him.
Oh, jeez. Oh boy.
Because if
RJ dropped 60 in your rec league, though, he just go grown man. Go knock everybody.
Like Shy, if you were to my fault, Freezy, but Shy, if you were to look at Jason Tatum's like rookie year compared to now, Jason Tatum is way more fluid now. Between the between in the mid range and mid range down to get into the rim, he's way more fluid. He would just throw up some ugly ass layups in his first few years because he didn't really know how to finish or decelerate or put up a floater or anything like that.
But he was still a great scorer.
Yeah, he was a great shooter. Like he would just pull up over anybody. Like
I'm about to say with all that they still went to the Eastern. Yeah, with all that they still went to the Eastern Conference Finals in his first year. So didn't really matter.
If I can make an old man announcement, because here's the thing, we're on different time frames as Knicks fans, and you know this network, this especially the Blondes Tears, it's helped me connect with you young guys, man. But I'm done with waiting on the young player. I'm going to turn into AD going forward. I just want to buy players, man. I don't want to wait on guys to develop. I'm only going to be talking about going to get other superstars. I'm over it, guys.
No, I agree, but there's a way to do that properly. Like you can wait on young players that are in the back, like look at Golden State. They got stars there, and they got young guys behind them developing, and they're getting good runs, and they're getting some quality game time, and they're seeing the way it's done correctly.
Well, the thing, the coach, what he's saying though is the way that he root for it, not just the way that you build. Because I understand where you going with it too. That's the perfect analogy. Ain't that the perfect way to do it?
Yeah.
They sent the number 1 pick to the G League though. He's 3-4 years in the league, so I ain't buying it.
No, I'm not saying that. But yeah, he was a miss, but they got other young guys, behind them too.
RJ was a miss too.
But I'm just saying, like, we might be having a different conversation.
RJ to the G League.
I'm saying we might be having a different conversation if we won the KD and Kyrie sweepstakes that we thought we were going to win, and all of a sudden RJ doesn't have all that expectations. No one's even thinking about RJ. He's just a young guy that's going to be riding the coattails of 2 superstars.
I don't know where you're going.
What do you mean? I don't know. That's just the truth.
I don't know where you're going. I mean, I don't know how that's supposed to make me feel better, though. I don't know how that's supposed to be relevant to what we have here.
What's relevant is that him being picked number 3, okay, and the expectations of him fall shorter because we're not in win now mode like without superstars.
And RJ is only 22.
Yeah, we were saying that since he was 19, we turned the organization over to him, and I don't think we can do that anymore.
And when RJ first got here, they brought in a whole bunch of dudes to play his position.
What we should have done was been more impatient with RJ.
I'm not making excuses for RJ. He's straight trash right now, like the way he's playing. I'm not making excuses for him, but we haven't laid it out like a path of success for the guy either.
For RJ to be successful,
no. There you go. That's not what I'm saying. You don't get what?
You said we didn't lay it out. So what should we lay out?
But what I'm saying is, when you sign a guy and he has a certain skill set or he lacks a certain skill set, and he comes into the league and you have a certain kind of team around him, you can't expect him to be a ball dominant player to help take over your team when your team's not built for that.
But he doesn't have the skills to be a ball dominant player. He's making
then why is that so funny to you, Shog? That makes no. That's what I'm saying. That they let him do that, so that's the problem.
Focus on GI. I'm just laughing.
No, he just takes the ball and does it. They don't let him do it. He does it, and it messes up the flow, and we lose games because of it. He's worse than Julius. He's become Julius of last year. It ain't nobody.
I understand that.
And they wanted to burn Julius.
And everyone got tired of all the people last year pooing on Randall. Okay, because that's all. Because I'm as a Knicks fan, I don't need to hear. Now, when we lost, it was a direct reason. One of the direct reasons why we lost. He didn't help us win, but there was a lot of other guys that were horrible today too. Now, the last 2 games he was poo, and we won still, but yet still everyone's talking about how bad RJ is. That's the point I'm getting at. I don't mind holding him accountable if he was the reason why we lost. Then yes, hold those guys accountable that were the reasons why we lost. But if we win, I'm just tired of the we win, but RJ still sucked today. Like I'm just tired of that debate. It's just I'm just tired of hearing it.
Hey, GI, is comparing him to Coleslaw a fair point?
No, I don't want to be totally disrespectful, because if I met him, I would wish him the best.
Right.
But at the same time, I just don't know where do we go from here, because we wanted to say we at least had a couple things right, but they keep punting out the draft. And as you guys keep pointing out very eloquently, there's little nibbits and assets we could get in the draft that could, that can help RJ be better. They're not getting those assets. We're not getting free agent assets. We're not getting trade assets. We're just walking into the abyss. We're not losing enough games to get top draft picks. It's like we're in purgatory, but we ain't won nothing.
But you don't want to. You don't want to lose games though, because you said you wanted to win right now, and the reason why we punted in the draft is to try to get the superstar that you want, right?
Right, and that's why that narrative bothers me because
either we're gonna pick the direction of rebuilding naturally, which you don't really want, or we're gonna keep punting for the superstar, which you do want. You can't have it both ways. Knicks keep trying to do it both ways, and it's
I'm
not
ready to
feasible.
tank. Let's tank this thing.
You passed the soft tank now, right? GI bringing out the Sherman tank already.
Listen,
Yo,
man. Listen,
soul
man.
figure, baby, get your
What we should have done, what we should have done when we first got RJ was not sign all these small forward, power forward hybrids. We should have just rolled them out there, let him take his licks for a year or two while we building up assets and getting a player in the draft better than him. But what we did was we signed a bunch of middling, journeymen, like reclamation projects, and we turned like a guy that was like a 7-year vet into a really good player, but he's not the guy that you want to lead your franchise. No offense.
You talking about Marcus Morris?
No, I'm talking about Randall being a 7-year vet before we got him.
Julius Randle was a 6-year player when it happened.
Is that much better? Like
no,
usually
we know
we know when a guy is that guy. I mean,
Randall
had a great season.
He was the consolation prize after we didn't get. That's what the Knicks were specialists at, signing the consolation prizes.
The thing is, Randall was great for RJ those years because he took all of the media pressure,
all the heat. He got blown up every chance.
RJ was able to do, but there's been 3 off seasons.
They should have just let RJ take that heat. They should have just let RJ take that heat, man.
Chris Henley, Drew Henley, one of these fancy dudes that make millions and millions of dollars to make guys $200 million. RJ has been working with these guys, and what have we seen?
Hey, Gi. So here's the thing, right? People think Drew Hanlon works individually with RJ Barrett. Nah, Drew Hanlon has multiple NBA players in the gym at one time. He has a staff. Mm-hmm. At some point, you'll have Bradley Beal, RJ Barrett, Jason Tatum, Brandon Ingram, Joel Embiid, all them dudes will be in one gym with Drew Hanlon and his staff, right? But you know what happens with Joel Embiid and Jason Tatum and Brandon Ingram and Bradley Beal when they take that summer training and bring it to the NBA?
They get better.
And what has RJ done?
He around all them players and he's digressing. That's even more terrible.
My thing with RJ is,
so I don't want to knock RJ. I don't want to knock RJ Barrett for that type of stuff because clearly the kid does have some NBA skills to unlock, right? My thing with RJ Barrett though, and it's the same thing, and I think Tibbs may not say it publicly, but I know he's frustrated privately. RJ Barrett hijacks your offense, and for those that don't think so are naive. We saw RJ Barrett miss the last 4 or 5 games of last season, and those are the games that Obi Toppin and Emmanuel Quickley broke out as NBA players.
Went crazy,
right?
Because when he's on the floor, you might as well say it's like he's going double bar doo doo.
I mean, Randall wasn't there either, so like that wouldn't have happened if Randall was there. So
just focus on RJ, bro.
But
you gotta keep it fair.
Yeah, that's throwing shots. Y'all always do that.
That wasn't shots. That was just the offense does revolve around Randall and RJ. That's just a fact. But my fault.
The thing I'm getting at though is this: when other young players get the opportunity to show that they can play in this league, they do so. When Quickly it was the starter, when Obi was the starter, these dudes produce.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When you take all of the coddling from RJ and give a little bit of that love to the other young players, they do something. Right? That's why I'm saying. That's why I don't defend RJ as staunch as I used to, because in my opinion, when you push all your chips into the to the middle of the table for one guy, you don't have any chips for the other guys.
It's a dope take.
And Uncle Freeze,
who is he keeping off the floor?
He's been slowing Grimes down.
Hold on. Coach, why is that question relevant? Like, what are you getting at?
Like, you're saying that he's taking Obi and IQ's development away because he's on the floor.
He did not say that. His point was just clearly when he's basically a ball stopper. He's stopping the offense.
Yeah.
He's saying how ironic is it that when he's out of the game, other players produce. That's all he said.
But that's not what's been happening, Shotgunner. What we don't talk about is when these guys that supposedly do so well, when they have more minutes, we don't talk about
time frame, Coach. Coach, I meant specifically.
Are you talking about
time frame?
The time when other teams were tanking? That time?
A specific time frame.
Okay.
I said last year when RJ was hurt and missed time, and those guys started. Y'all remember me saying the word start?
Yeah, and the games that were insignificant games, those games.
Right.
That you've used those sentences plenty of times with padding stats, like going against those said players too. That those were insignificant games at insignificant time against insignificant teams. I'm just saying I got receipts. Those receipts. I
got receipts.
No, I'm just saying, like.
But the thing, listen, hear me out though.
And this isn't a defense of RJ. I'm just keeping a buck with everybody. That's all.
Coach, okay, so.
No, you're an RJ apologist.
Coach, okay, Coach, I'll give you an
example. No, I'm a Nick apologist.
So if you're a coach of a thing, do you go out there and just coach one player more than you coach the other ones? Some coaches will be like, well, if I got Bo Jackson and these kids over here is just Chris Johnson, somebody, or Dudu Williams, I ain't coaching them. I'm coaching Bo Jackson.
Well, so Parcells did it with LT.
I get it. But what I'm saying is if you take that approach, you better damn sure make sure that RJ Barrett is Lawrence Taylor.
No, he ain't.
Right. And if you have any doubt, how about coach put some of them resources in the kids?
No, I agree, but my pushback to that is this: some of those players have weaknesses in their games. Okay, that when they play, right now they play in a certain sweet spot where some of their weaknesses aren't glaring because they're not playing enough minutes for it to be noticed. Okay, if Obi Toppin and IQ, okay, they both when they're shooting well and they're scoring for us. And IQ, I will give him credit. His defense is way better this year. His defense has been great. Like IQ has made a significant bump up in that department. But you start giving players like that more minutes, the things that they're weak at and the things that they have weaknesses in become more elevated and pronounced.
More pronounced.
So now when Obi plays more, all of a sudden we notice how bad of a rebounder he is, how bad his defense is, even more because he's playing more minutes. But we're just choosing to say, oh, look how much he scored when he played that long.
What about
same thing with IQ?
Though, Coach? What about RJ? What about RJ Barrett?
You always do that.
No, I always do what? Have you seen all these games of me talking, saying RJ needs to be out? I just said.
You just say that though. If you would have included him, I would have never said that.
I'm not talking about him right now. I was talking about those other guys.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
No, you're the problem.
Shotgun, hold on, Shotgun. You didn't even.
Because you don't know what the hell you're talking about half the time.
Coach,
hey, stop disrespecting me, man.
I'm not disrespecting you, man.
Y'all crying. Y'all sound like babies.
I'm not crying at all. I'm talking.
Cam Reddish.
What Coach said just now. He said in a certain context. He said this thing in a certain context. He said, if this thing happened, and you immediately jumped in and said, why are you defending RJ? Like, what about RJ? What we were saying is this. The context was Do you coach RJ as if he is the megastar, like a Lawrence Taylor or what running back did I use? Bo Jackson? Bo Jackson. Right? Is RJ Barrett that guy that's so much better than your other kids that you have to coach him differently? Right? And coach said, if that's the case, then yes. Right? But then the other kids, you don't know if they have flaws and weaknesses in their game that will get exposed with more playing time, like Obi rebounding.
But
Coach,
I agree.
Coach, is that not what you said?
Yeah, that's exactly
but
what I said.
agree with Shy Gunner that's irrelevant. The conversation should have been if Cam Reddish plays more than RJ Barrett, I believe the Knicks are a better team.
Well, that should have been, but that's not what Shy Gunner said. Shy Gunner said, "What about RJ Barrett?"
I know. I'm here to help Shy.
Okay.
Right. That's what I was kind of basically.
I'm here to help the Knicks. I'm not trying to help nobody. I'm not trying to go against anybody. I'm not trying to help anybody.
I just want people to listen.
I'm just trying. I just don't like people to speak on my behalf and tell me what I think. You guys, not saying you guys in general, but a lot of people try to tell me what Randall's thinking, what RJ's thinking, what all these people are thinking, and then you're going to tell me what I'm thinking and what my meaning is behind what I'm trying to say.
Well, I hear you.
Can't do that.
I hear you. Well, I hear you. I don't have to take meaning. We're having enough conversation where I'm listening and comprehending the English language that you're spewing very clearly, and it is a lot of apologies for RJ Barrett. He has been given major opportunities. By the New York, go ahead.
I understand. I'm just saying, but I'm not making an apologies for RJ. I have not said poor RJ. The reason why he's messing up.
What's rude, coaches? You didn't let me land my plane, and it's impossible to have a discussion with you at that level.
Because you can't just spout out
didn't let me land
things
my plane
about somebody and then not let them defend it when it's a false statement about them.
But coach, that's not the discussion I'm trying to have with you right now. I'm trying to have a discussion and make my statement. You wouldn't even let me complete my statement to know.
Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Sorry for interrupting. Don't tell that lie.
I really didn't mean to interrupt. He was saying I'm an RJ apologist, and I'm not doing that.
No, I was actually going to give you a specific example of the conversation tonight.
And then I just said, I'm sorry. So go ahead.
You just did it again.
It's unreal. That's why I said he was
whatever, man.
Real. It's unfucking real.
Okay, yeah, it's
so
unfucking real.
Disrespectful. It's not even funny. But I'm going to shut up.
It takes 2 seconds for me to say, I'm sorry, go ahead. And then for you to be all butthurt and say, no, I'm not going to continue. Just continue. I just said, please continue. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. There's a delay in the internet, sometimes.
I sit in my basement and make $300,000+ a year. Butthurt, I'm far from. It's disrespectful to assume I'm butthurt over anything. If I tap out, it means it's not worth the time or energy. That's not butthurt. That's being, you know what? Let me shut up.
I mean, I don't know what our incomes have to do with how strong our words are.
Well, because to assume that I'm butthurt over an internet conversation.
Well, don't you hate that I'm assuming what you meant by something?
No,
you're just doing the same thing to me.
No, I didn't.
That's what I was getting defensive about.
I don't. First of all, coach,
I'm not being petty. He's getting mad at me for. He's thinking I'm assuming how he thinks. So by him saying I'm an RJ apologist, he's assuming that's what I'm being.
No,
so that's called being a hypocrite.
No, I was actually going to have a discussion with you and go back and forth. So I wasn't going to be hypocritical. It's 4:00 in the morning. I was going to give you all the time in the world. That's number one. So, and number two is you start throwing around terms, and you do that often, which is why I don't even come over here like I used to. And you don't even know it. But please, I want you to be great and do what it is that you do.
Well, I don't want to. You're an old school dude here. I'm the last person that wants to keep you from being here. So if I'm the one that's keeping you from being here, I'll be sure I'm here a little less, because the Blowing Tears Networks deserves to have you in here. So I'm sorry you're that sensitive to my presence that you can't be around here because you think I'm cutting you off, like I'm trying to disrespect you. I'm not. I treat this as like we're in a room, like at a couch, and we're just two men talking. I'm not like cutting you off and saying stop talking. When you make a little comment like that, I just make a little comment back, and then I was going to stop and keep talking.
What comment did I make that you should say that I'm butthurt?
What?
I'm curious. What comment did I make that you would assume that I'm butthurt?
when you say when I interrupt you, when you're accusing me of interrupting you, then I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead." And then you say, "No, never mind, I'm done." That's what butthurt is.
Coach. Because I come back again, coach, and you cut me off again. How many times am I supposed to keep attempting to speak and you keep cutting me off that I should say, Brad, you got to stop. You got to give it up, Brad.
And I'm going to say it again. Go ahead and speak.
You just did it again. You just did it a fucking.
Because you paused between words. I thought you were done.
I'm supposed to pause because I'm not rushing. I'm not emotional. Only a person who was emotional wouldn't pause. I want to make sure my emotional intelligence is always the first thing I always put forth.
Okay.
My position with you and RJ is, my frustration with RJ is, we have given him the keys to this organization. It's the one player. Now, Julius had the keys with him, and a lot of people want to argue whether Julius is the guy. But I see Julius get 5, 6, 7 assists. He's sharing the ball. In fact, he plays on the perimeter too much. He is the player that. What if Julius was a 6'7", 6'9" dude that wanted to play in the paint and always be around the rim? What the hell would RJ do? He couldn't bully to the rim. So Julius has been the perfect guy to play next to him, in my opinion. And RJ know what he needed to do to get better every year to become the best player he could be to help the Knicks to the next organization. And he hasn't done it. And I don't know how we can invest in a guy like that. And now I'm saying, when is the trade deadline going on? When we going to start making moves? Because it's been Julius. RJ's got to be the first guy off this team. And to know that we almost got Donovan Mitchell and then didn't get Donovan Mitchell. And the last player to get signed to this team to say, let's go in the gym and get busy is RJ Barrett. Everybody else was locked in already.
Okay. Good point.
I haven't disagreed. I haven't disagreed with one word any of y'all are saying. I just bring up an alternate solution or ask for a solution.
What's your alternate to that, Coach?
I'm asking that from y'all. I'm asking, like, okay, we get rid of them. We don't count on them. Then what's the solution? What's the backup plan?
I think Cam Reddish needs to be given the rest of the season to see what he can be. I think we need to ride Cam. RJ, many night RJ has been bad. We say, okay, many nights we say, okay, RJ has great backup games. And he very rarely puts up 2 stinkers. I want to spend 25 games of saying, okay, well, Cam put up a back-to-back stinker. We know he's going to get 32 minutes a night. I want to see what the hell Cam got.
Yeah,
I do too.
Here's my thing with what you said, Gi. Right. So because out of respect for another fan, I know every fan is not going to root for the Knicks the same way. Right. I get that. I had to learn that the hard way. Right. You know what I'm saying? The way I root for a team is not going to be the same way that others do. I get that. But where I think me and you divide slightly is trusting this front office to do what you said.
I know they won't. You already know you're going to win that argument. I've tried. I've been with you against Free Keith. I stepped away from you this summer, said, nah, Freezy, I'm going with the front office. I'm trusting the movement. And it's over. It's a dub.
Right.
Yeah.
So my thing is this. I don't want to trade RJ. I'm in the coach camp. I would rather try to rehab RJ and see what we can get out of him long term. Right. But I also understand that RJ Barrett is not the only broken toy, right? He's not the only broken toy on Broken Toy Island, right? Obi's got some flaws. Quickly's got some flaws. Grimes has some flaws. What I want to do is take all the TLC and spread it evenly over all these kids. Because even though RJ Barrett is the number 3 overall pick, RJ Barrett is struggling, right? And then when we talk about high picks, like RJ's the only one. Obi Toppin was the number 8 pick. Cam Reddish was the number 10 pick, right? So we gotta take this stuff and kind of like what you said, but I don't want to pick out one guy. I just want to take it just this one thing at a time. And as a matter of fact, I mentioned it to coach the other night, and I think people think I just want a whole bunch of veterans. But what I would like to do is take a step back from putting so much pressure on the kids and bring in some vets to do the heavy lifting, like a Conley, like a Clarkson, have them do the heavy lifting so that we can backfill with the responsibilities and roles like what we was talking about, like Coach mentioned about 30 or 40 minutes ago about RJ when he first got here, wasn't given a certain thing to be a certain thing. If we do that, take less responsibility off the kids and let them play freely, I think now you start building up those gaps that Coach mentioned when kids might have in their game right now that'll get exposed when they play more and more minutes. Or it's got to be the complete opposite. Get rid of all these veterans and play these kids and tell the fans, listen, we're not playing to win a championship. We trying to make these kids play better. And then maybe in a year or two, these kids will be ready to make that next step.
Yeah, and the thing is, like at this moment, the only older dude that's playing right now is Rose.
Right.
Okay, we've already gone young, and like everyone gets mad that we're in purgatory because these young dudes are actually good enough to win some games, unfortunately. So this is kind of our version of tanking a little bit. Like the only thing we could do to tank more purposely is bench Randall, Brunson, like these better players. That kind of tanking.
The thing about that, Coach, is we have unknown quantities on his team, and we know what Julius Randle is, and for the most part, we know who Jalen Brunson is. We have a lot of question marks, and we won't ever really get to the bottom of these question marks with a few of these guys in the way. And
because we don't know the
way
problem.
our way our coaching is set up, and like I will take Brunson on this team going forward around a younger core because he's beneficial towards that core. But what exactly does Randall do to make Obi better? Like we don't know what Obi is completely, and
I agree with
ahead.
Coach's. I'm sorry. I agree with Coach's sentiment that we're in purgatory. My question then would be, is that what Rose sold Dolan to give him the job and let him run the organization 3 years down the road, that we would be in purgatory? And if Dolan bought that, then fine. If not, if 3 years down the line and we're going into 4 and it's time to renew a contract and we're sitting in purgatory, and I think the Dolan has decisions to make. But I absolutely agree with you. This is what I feel like, Coach. We're in fucking flipping purgatory. Excuse my friend.
I know it.
He sold Dolan
Gian,
on.
Let me say this to Gian. So what we're doing is not necessarily tanking, right? It's not an offset tanking. I think to use a military term, we're jeeping, right? We're a smaller vehicle than
flanking.
We're Humveeing. We're not tanking.
What does that get us, Freeze?
But listen. Before we start asking the questions to to figure out the problem, I think we first need to identify the problem. And to identify the problem is we're not tanking, or we're not veteran heavy going for a championship. We're in between. All NBA rosters are going to have young kids on it. Whether you're the Golden State Warriors, Milwaukee Bucks, or New York Knicks, right? Every roster is going to have young kids on it. But what we don't have, like tanking teams, they have young player emphasis, right? Like the Bucks young players ain't playing over Giannis. Moses Moody and Kuminga ain't playing over Steph and Clay. You know what I'm saying? The Knicks, we're in the middle. Some young guys are playing and some guys are not. We're Humveeing. We're not tanking. And where's that going to get us? Nowhere. Right? And the sad part about that is the sad part about that is the sad part about that is Randall, RJ, and Brunson are here long term.
Ugh.
Terrible.
It's I'd rather bestow responsibilities on guys I'm not sure they can even do it, just to know that they can or cannot, and then figure out a way to move from there. I don't like this area that we're in where we're not terrible enough to ever be in the top 8 in the lottery, but we're not good enough to ever really be a threat to anybody in the top 6 or 7 in the East. So it's just like,
Coach, I don't mean to start no trouble, but I need to hear that. That's what I came to the network to hear. No, that's all. I just wanted to hear that. And that wasn't being said tonight on the network, that we're in purgatory and it makes no sense. And where do we pivot from? Because this team is nothing's gonna change the rest of the year. This is how it's gonna perform as constructed.
Yeah, 41 and 41 is the ceiling. You know what I'm saying? But I got a proposal. I put my GM hat on. I still got hope. So, like as you say, GI, because I don't know your perspective. You say you want to tank. So, but you mentioned we need a start. So my thing is, like, I feel like we should call Minnesota. We owe Dallas. We pull up a three-team trade. Somehow, some way, at the end of the day, like, we know we gotta give up picks, but I don't think we go in all on picks for this guy. But I think they just want picks, and I think they don't mind moving on for this guy. I think we get Cat. We get Cat. Christian Woods go to the Wolves, and Randall go to Minnesota.
Man, what the fuck?
I mean, I know a lot of people don't want Cat, but only perspective I'm putting in just for Sims. And at the end of the day, Mitchell Robinson not in the lineup, and we've been winning. So at the end of the day, I'm thinking stretch 5.
But why would Minnesota do that?
Why would they?
Before you tear it apart, hold on. Before y'all tear it apart, let me respond. So I'm from New Jersey, and
exactly.
Cat basically owns Kane University. It's a little internal secret, but we get to see mostly every NBA player that comes and plays in Brooklyn or New York. They come and practice right at Kane University. Cat donated the stadium to, like, Cat wants to be a Knick, and I really do think this may happen. But bro, you can't think Cat moves the needle. And why would Minnesota do it? Because at some point they're gonna realize they gave up all their future for this team, and it don't work. In order to get it back, they do got Rudy Gobert, trade Cat, they got Edwards, and get all their top draft picks back, because the Knicks ain't going nowhere with Cat. They gonna be top.
Cat can't. They can't even beat us, and they had Cat and Anthony Edwards
at the same time.
I mean, listen to what we're saying.
The team is trash. The team is trash. But at the end of the day,
you're saying our team's trash, and Cat's the answer.
I never said that, guys. Hold on, let me elaborate.
I misunderstood you. Sorry.
So what does?
No, you good.
So what does Karl Anthony Towns do for the Knicks?
This is what I was going to say. So we also attach Eric Pascal in that trade. So at the end of the day, we still at the end of the day trying to get Spider. That's our whole motive. We messed up. We realized that we messed up. So we get Spider. At the end of the day, we show him we got some type of talent, that we have somebody. I trust Cat under Tibbs. First of all, that was his best season under Tibbs. At the end of the day, and Cat's from New Jersey. That was a great point from GI.
Their team didn't win nothing then either.
They was in the playoffs though. That was his best years under.
Hey, Shotgun. Hey, check this out though. You know, Minnesota with Karl Anthony Towns earned the number 1 pick that got them Anthony Edwards.
No, understand that. I'm not
that, right?
No, he's not. Look, guys, he's not the moving needle. Listen, he's not. I'm just here to attract Donovan Mitchell. I'm just trying to attract Donovan Mitchell. At the end of the day,
you know what?
What you was gonna say?
I'm sorry. You do have the solution then, because I'm kind of gonna troll with this one. So if we get Cat, we're gonna get the number 1 pick.
We're gonna get the Frenchman. Cat's gonna be playing with the Knicks to another 7 for Frenchman, but it won't be good deal this time.
Listen, I went on that. I just went on that because how we playing with iHeart and Sims. At the end of the day, you can't tell me Carrie Anthony Thompson is not an upgrade from an iHeart. That's all I'm saying. At the end of the day, we winning.
Yeah, but you're bringing him here and replace and sending Randall off. So what he's doing, he's replacing Randall's production and then maybe a little more, and then he's kind of a liability on defense compared to Mitch and Hartenstein's combo.
Not kind of.
I mean,
he is a liability on defense.
Yeah. So really, you're not replacing much.
He just offset a lot of that by being one of the best big shooters ever. That's what it is.
You thought Randall was the black hole?
Nah, I'm just saying. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm not even saying that's the solution because I'm saying I'm trying to get Eric Pascal. Somehow I get him because that was my whole thing. I was leading more into the Spider thing. If we want to go the star route. Now, at the end of the day, you can't tell me a Brunson and Spider and Cat is not a good, at least a champion.
Nah, because you need like two defensive player of the year type players around them to make them not look terrible on defense. Because all three of them dudes can't play a lick of defense. If we keeping it a buck.
Right, but we don't know what Sims. And you can't honestly say that we have games where iHeart and Sims, right? Mitchell Robinson actually said that he was the defensive end, huh?
I think you were cutting in and out, Sean.
No, I say you can't necessarily say that.
Okay, I can.
I'm cutting in and out still.
Go ahead. No, you good now. You good now.
Just my whole point that I thought of Cat because just how we was winning, just the Utah game. Like I'm just saying Mitchell Robinson is not in the lineup, and a lot of people were saying that when we was losing games, they were saying, "Oh, is Mitchell Robinson our defensive anchor?" Like basically, he is to a sort of count, but he clearly wasn't the reason that we was losing games. So the reason that I'm leaning on Cat is because you can't tell me that if you switch him for iHeart, even though we're replacing him with Julius Randle, but at the end of the day, he's still giving me a double-double. He's still giving me the rebounds that I'm missing from Julius. And don't get me wrong, in order for it to work, Obi would have to. I'm relying on Obi. I'm banking on Obi with this one, to be honest. Obi would have to step his game up tremendously, and I'm agreeing with everything I'm saying. I'm not saying.
Then we're not going to have any defense with that lineup.
Yeah, I agree with that. I told you.
And thanks, Coach, because until we get a 6'9" player that could do it all, look at every good team in the NBA. They got 6'8". 6'9" wing players.
2-3 of them in their starting lineup.
Until we get
2 or 3 of them.
We're leaning on Randall to do what Tatum does. Period. I mean, I think Tatum is the quintessential. And
Jaylen Brown.
Tatum
they got 2 of them.
Jaylen Brown, and then they're playing together. Great. These are the teams. Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, and those guys is old as dirt, but it just goes to show. The wings that get it done. We have
positionless
0. Our best wing is Cam Reddish, which is why you heard me say tonight. If y'all tell me we're gonna go try to win every night and Cam's gonna get RJ type time and minutes and everything, fine, let's do it. If we going with RJ as our wing,
the thing is when you do that with Cam, he breaks down almost every time.
I don't know. We don't know that though, Jay.
He got a growing injury right now. And how many games have we played this year?
You bogging back.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Your Wi-Fi on
I'm sorry.
mode right now.
Yeah, but yeah, like ghetto, like this is like a theme with 6'9" wings and the Cam in general. Anytime he gets extended burn, he gets hurt somehow. It happened in Atlanta. It happened in Atlanta. It happened when he came here. He plays maybe 7, 8, 9 games. This is the longest stretch, 14 games, and he gets hurt. Like it's just unfortunate, but he always gets these soft tissue injuries.
And I'm proud of Dolan, man. Dolan has behaved himself. He's paying $78 million, and that man is not getting in the game. And he broke the franchise record last year for 3 points. This organization has no rhyme or reason right now.
They have no direction.
No rhyme or reason.
They should have just picked the direction, and fully commit. If you're gonna go after stars, bro, Just sell everything then. If you really want to go after a star, if
And
not,
there's
then
and
you should just tear it down, go with nobody off a rookie deal, and figure it out from there. But
because there
we
was
not doing that.
stars, because there was stars in the draft. So you haven't put yourself in a position to sold your soul. The stars in the draft. If you're not going to get them on free agency, you owe us to get them in the draft. Or then
Ghetto,
what are you selling
get,
at MSG? I'm
ghetto.
sorry, I'm
This is
shutting
what
up.
this is why I was like, when we first got RJ, that should have never been the end move. We should have never signed all those veterans right after. We should have never got Randall. Should never got all these dudes in right after we got RJ. We should have just let RJ figure it out, take his lumps, or be terrible, and then be in a position to recoup and get another guy in the draft. You see what the Cavs did so quickly, bro? They got Garland, and then they turned around and got Mobley so fast. Who do we have
because they hit.
in that echelon? They hit, but they had the opportunity to hit. Mobley's a top 5 pick. Like we
I know,
ended
but
up
that's just
we
it.
ended
Like
up
Garland
out.
was picked after RJ.
Yeah, Garland was top 5 too, though. We're not even in
Yeah,
the top 5 conversation to get top 5 guys.
but
Yeah,
like,
you keep picking in the top 5, you're gonna get lucky at some point. We have
yeah.
not consistently picked in the top 5.
Well, that's why I
We
was
picked
saying
right
like,
outside where the elite talent would be at, and then it's a crapshoot anywhere from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
yeah,
13,
But
14, 15.
but
Halliburton,
think about
go
all the
ahead.
championship teams lately that have been winning. They hit later in the draft with their stars. The Milwaukee's, the Golden States. They got their stars later in the draft. I
You
mean,
can't
look at
account for
all
the
the.
generational talent just popping up, bro. You can't just assume we're gonna get the generational talent at
No,
11.
I know,
These
but what I'm
guys,
saying,
these
like,
guys pop
some
off
of it's
like
luck.
flips. Yeah, of course it's luck, but you tilt the odds in your favor the higher you pick in the draft
Yeah,
because this is undeniable.
Halliburton over Obi wasn't luck. That was
yeah,
mismanagement.
because
Donovan Mitchell,
we were calling for that.
Donovan Mitchell, Donovan Mitchell over Frank Ntilikina wasn't luck. That was
Oh
mismanagement.
God,
Knicks had some serious mismanagement during it, and that's just two glaring ones. Not getting
I mean, you
Halliburton,
could say
and
Shai
that's
Gilgeous was
exactly what we need.
mismanagement too. Then
Yeah, I'm with that too.
You could say Herb Jones, Quentin Grimes over Herb Jones.
Hey, listen, where was Trey Murphy? Y'all been telling me about Trey Murphy the longest. This kid is. I said no. I said this is the Trey Murphy kid they was telling me about.
Yes.
Nah, no way.
showing improving.
No way, this is the kid. No
but
way.
we gotta talk about how these players got these young coaches with them. Because we look at New Orleans. Look at New Orleans coach. He's like
people
he
were
just came out
talking
the
about
league.
tank. People were saying tank for James Wiseman. There were people saying not for the Knicks, but like in the NBA, people were. Wiseman was the consensus number one. Everyone,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
No, Knicks fans were at the Edwards, and we wanted to. And I think
Anthony Edwards was viewed as that guy.
No, Knicks fans wanted LaMelo. Hello,
LaMelo.
Oh yeah, they wanted LaMelo. They wanted LaMelo, and then it was LaMelo, then Edwards. Knicks fans weren't really high on Wiseman like that.
No. I'm not saying the Knicks. I'm saying NBA teams were wanting that pick. They thought Wiseman was a sure thing.
Yeah. Listen, I heard Knicks fans talk about Desmond Bain. Desmond Bain is the truth.
What up, family?
What
up, fam?
Yeah, and he was picked 30th in the draft. Desmond Bain
in the Obi draft.
Yeah, and the thing is, look, at this point, we got what we got. If they want to do something at the trade deadline, I'm down for whatever at this point, whatever. But
I don't trust these guys to do nothing. Get them out of here before they make any moves. Don't let them do nothing.
And that was the thing. That was one of my arguments in the coach's corner thing that I did with Freezy. Like that was the exact sentence I said.
He wasn't arguing with me now. He was just talking.
Like
he just making points.
Yeah, people were. I was like, yeah. People were pounding the table. Tank. Let's blow it up. Let's blow it up. But we want these guys to pick up the pieces and the mess
that ruined it. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's where my pushback is. Okay, we tank, we do this, but what's the solution? we don't want these guys building it back up either.
Nah.
So we got to figure that part out too.
Because all they're gonna do is get more Grimes.
Yeah, because at this point, for me, with this roster, what our shortcomings are, pun intended, we have guys that aren't tall enough to be impactful wings in this league that are the prototypes right now. I say, let Rose and Fournier go and all that stuff. Those will be the last two older guys we got, and we already got all these other younger dudes. With those, we have four picks this year, right?
Yeah, I think
coming up with all 4 picks, pick 4 wing players. One of them's got to hit out of 4. You think I'm like? Think about it. Do we have to trap any more guards?
But we also have to develop them guys, man.
Yeah, but here's one of the things I want to point out because I think we take this thing. You know what I'm saying? I think we're taking this thing to a place. I don't know what that place is, right? If you just look at tonight, man. Hey, coach, just look at tonight, right? Tonight, the bench. This is what your bench looked like, right? Obi Toppin and Jericho Sims were your bigs off the bench. Now listen to every other player on the bench that suited up. Derrick Rose, Miles McBride, Fee McCulloch, Emmanuel Quickly, Quentin Grimes, Ryan Arcidiacono, and Evan Fournier. You know what all those dudes, you know what position all those dudes play? Is listed right in the box score. All those dudes play guard. You had no legit NBA wing off the bench. Off the bench, right? And then when Cam got hurt, the only legit NBA wing that the Knicks had at their disposal was RJ Barrett. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I understand.
And he's a chubby wing.
Yeah, he's a jumbo wing. Yeah, he's a Buffalo wing. Yeah,
Buffalo wing.
But what I'm so I understand what Dre and Gi are saying. But I'm talking about if we just going by the day by day process, like the thing I mentioned today, Coach, before y'all jump back in, was the Knicks didn't lose because of Tom Thibodeau. The Knicks lost because of an abundance of low IQ plays on the floor. Obi Toppin gets a steal, and he leads the fast break with Emmanuel Quickly and Jalen Brunson instead of giving the ball to a guard. Right. You know what I'm saying? Low IQ. RJ Barrett gets the ball in the corner. He has 8 foot of space to shoot. He waits for the defender to come and then doesn't know what to do. So he's jab stepping, trying to figure out what to do. Right? Why do you, if you have 8 feet of space, why are you not shooting wide open jump shots? And if you know that you're going to take the man, attack the closeout, why do you let the closeout come to you, stop, and then put his hands up?
Yep.
This is low IQ. These are the lob. Obi, they threw to Obi, and Obi tried to dunk it in backwards, and you lose by 17. Mm-hmm. That has nothing to do with the NBA draft. That has everything to do with low IQ players, bro. And I'm sorry if I touch on somebody's favorite player about low IQ players. RJ Barrett went to the rim twice and missed a 1 foot layup at 6'7". Hey, go ahead, Bully. You straight?
What up, Uncle Freezy? What up, Coach? What up, Dre?
Yo, Bully. What's up, brother?
Yo.
What's good? What up, IG? I'm GI. My bad, bro. I'm sorry. It's one thing I want to address real quick. My man, DSJ. How you doing, Duke? I'm gonna always keep that Biggie picture up there. I went to school with that cat. And whatnot. He was a good dude to me. He was a good friend to me. So I'm gonna always represent that black and white for Brooklyn all day. But I'm not a Net fan. I'm a Knick for life.
Right, no doubt.
All day. But
all day, baby. All day. That's how
all day. But something that I wanted to, I've been watching y'all since the game went off. I'm on my off day, whatever. I'm on my audio.
You hardcore, bro. You hardcore.
Yo, I love y'all show. I love For the Love of the Game. These world of sport, these world of hoops. I watch y'all, man, when I get a chance and whatnot. I'm a real Knickerbocker, man, for real, and whatnot. Yo, I'm a
What's
real
up,
Knickerbocker,
bro?
man. I'm a real
DSJ.
Knickerbocker, man.
You
DSJ,
ought to
what up,
know
dude?
I'm a troll, and I'm a troll and a half, bro. Listen. I recognize that both of us are from the same borough. We got love for the same rapper. So me shouting out the fact that was a Brooklyn Nets backdrop.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Was nothing more than me trolling.
I got you,
Because at
brother.
the end of the
Listen,
day, the truth of the
nothing but
matter
love.
is, we deserve better than the product that we see on the floor.
Yeah.
That's
Uncle
why I
Freezy,
keep saying,
DSJ. I wanted to get Spider. I ain't gonna front on y'all. I know we talking about RJ and Canadian bacon and all of that. I know, he not doing well right now, but I ain't gonna front. I wanted Spider.
Yeah.
I want to do. And I mean, now that it's over, I think we kind of riding the fence. We in between. We need to support the team. If RJ is not playing well, he need to sit his behind down for real.
Right.
Straight up.
Right.
But we gotta elevate who want to be elevated. Obi wants to be elevated. I don't know about Grimes. Randall is surprising me. I talked about him last year. I kind of talked to him last year. I kind of gave him the business before I even got onto all this little platform stuff and whatnot.
Right.
I was telling my dudes where I work at and my fams. I mean, yeah, my family and whatnot. Oh, I ain't messing with him, but he's showing me something. He is definitely showing me something. In Brunson and IQ, he makes decisions. He's still young. He's still young, and so is RJ. But at the end of the day, they're gonna do what they gotta do. And I think we just kind of riding the fence just a little bit. But DSJ, thank you, bro. You know I'm gonna always rep big all day, dog, and I'm gonna rock that black and white because that's what I know. But I'm sorry, fam. Y'all can go ahead.
Nah, man. No, we good.
Freezy, I will tell you what I know. I know that you deserve better than the product you were seeing on the floor. Uncle Freezy, I know you deserve better than the product that you've been rooting for all your life.
Word Freeze.
Folks,
Yeah.
GI, y'all deserve to root for a team that doesn't require medication after every game. You don't need to have all this heartburn behind bad plays. Dre, you deserve to root for a team that doesn't require you using a former player's profile picture.
With a mink on.
But it's fly though.
But we love it though.
At the end of the day, this is the problem. We have been used to either the mediocrity, long-suffering fans, tired of the continued lovable loser adjective. We're tired of it. And at the end of the day, we deserve better than this. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning, and we're talking about the things that we wish the Knicks would do.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I wish. I wish the front office did the same thing we're doing right now.
Right.
That's 5
o'clock in the morning. Where you gonna be?
Inside of your office trying to figure out how to make
on the corner. Oh, that's in tight. I mean, National. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna point out how like not modern and poorly ran our organization is. If you look at the Phoenix Suns, they don't even have one of their wings that they're not playing, Jay Crowder, and then one of their wings got hurt. And you know what they did? They plugged in and played another wing. Like another 6'6", 6'7" guy, Torrey Craig, in that position. Yeah. And you know who they got behind him? They got Josh Okogie, another wing.
Yep. Yeah.
You know who they got behind him? Another wing, Ish Wainwright. Like they play the modern game of basketball. You need the skill players, but you need to surround them with wings. And what do we do?
You know what we got? You know what we have though, Dre?
Guards everywhere. Guards.
We got and
No
hands
small
down.
forwards, no tweeners. Our best tweener is Julius Randle, and he can't really guard threes. Neither can Obi.
He's back.
So we're improperly ran, and it's a lot of
Oh
nepotism.
man,
Oh, he got the good cookies,
you got
man. He
some
got
milk?
the Girl Scout cookies. Now that's actually
No.
flexing on me right now.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna go
envious
get.
of the milk because I'm lactose. I can't
Hell got
really
thin
can't really
mints.
rock
Those
with
wasn't
them.
thin mints, though.
Nah, those
I
are.
got some, but I didn't rock them tonight. I'm going with the Samoas.
Yeah, them
I
joints.
hope
Good.
y'all got y'all turkeys for that Thanksgiving rally. Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna do our thing.
It's just,
We're gonna
bro.
do.
Like
Hey,
GI knows why I'm eating these right now.
We up at 5 a.m. and the Knicks brass like sleeping right now with
I'm
a stomach
debating
full
whether
of
I'm gonna
steak.
get up. My wife
Like,
is getting up to go to work. I'm thinking I'm about to wake and bake. I ain't gonna sleep. I say.
About to take my wife to work in a minute.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
and look, man, if you go to sleep, you're just gonna have Knicks on your mind at this
Knicks
point, and
on
that's
the
not a good
mind.
thing. That's not.
That's why I'm up.
So, Coach, let me ask you a question. Is the problem that we don't know how to evaluate talent?
We evaluate talent on the
I think the
roster.
current.
Wait. So that's a loaded question. DSJ. So evaluate what type of talent?
I'm saying as far as the Knicks roster right now.
No. What type of talent on the Knicks roster right now are you talking about?
Overall, well, let's look at RJ Barrett.
But
right?
it can't be overall. What do you like? What are you saying? That's like saying, man, is it okay to go outside and breathe air? What kind of air is it? Like when you say talent, what type of talent are you talking about?
Just like you said, high IQ.
Right.
Sustainable winning type of talent. You know, the type of guys that can, you know, again, if a play breaks up, you're not doing the jab step, pass out. I'm a force a shot. You know what I mean? Players standing still. You know what I mean? Like, do you evaluate
Coach Samoas?
Do you evaluate the talent overall? You know what I'm saying, that's available.
Hey, let me
Let
me answer that just real quick. I'll answer that for Coach. Right? This is a common mistake that fans make and organizations make, and they overlook it, and they're idiots for doing it. Right? Some organizations, and you know who they are. Some organizations keep point guards and shooting guards. And some organizations are known for bigs. Right? Give you an example. The Cleveland Cavaliers, as long as I've been alive, the Cleveland Cavaliers have had a point guard. Right? And maybe they went a year or two where somebody got hurt and they filled in the gaps. But the Cleveland Cavaliers had Jim Clemens. They had Clyde Frazier. They had Mark Price. They had Mark Price, Kevin Johnson, Del Curry, Craig Elo, all at the same time. And then when they got rid of all of them, they brought in Terrell Brandon. And then from Terrell Brandon, they went, of course, LeBron's on a point guard, but whatever. They went from that to Kyrie, and now they have Darius Garland.
How you skip over the great Brevin Knight, man?
Brevin Knight, yeah. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Y'all laugh.
You know,
I play golf with Brevin, his dad, and Brandon.
Yeah, they from Jersey, right?
Brevin's a good guy, man. I met him a few times. Very good guy.
I just went to Atlanta, Georgia with his dad.
Okay.
He calls games for Memphis, if I recall. He's pretty good.
Okay. Absolutely correct.
Yeah, and so you notice that I mentioned the point guard and guard lineage for the Cleveland Cavaliers, right? Have y'all noticed that the Boston Celtics always have a great scoring small forward?
Always,
right? Coach, you notice that the Boston Celtics always have a great scoring small forward, right? As long as you've been watching basketball, the Celtics have had a great small forward, right?
Bird, Reggie Lewis, Pierce.
Yeah.
Reggie Lewis, man.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Tommy Heinsohn. I mean, they always have the forwards, like, you know, and so the thing with the Knicks is, when I ask you that, what is the Knicks sweet spot of selecting in a draft? What do the Knicks always have?
Shooting guards.
No, we don't have shooting guards, bro. The greatest
I
shooting
mean,
guard that you know
1, 2,
is Allen Houston,
like guards
and
in general.
he
I was
didn't
gonna say
average 20
guards in
points for his
general.
career.
Allen Houston cost us a lot of doggone money.
We used to do pretty good with centers for a little bit, but then that fell off.
But you don't know for sure exactly what the Knicks sweet spot is, right? Right? Have y'all noticed that Toronto, since it's been in existence, always have great wing players?
Rangy, long, athletic.
Nobody could dispute that Mo Peterson was one of the best.
Mo Peterson, and they had Jerome Williams, Junkyard Dog. They had Tracy
Man, they had
McGrady.
We had them too. We had them too.
Yep. But
Broken
coach,
down
like,
too
what is our sweet spot? What's our sweet spot, coach?
I'm sorry, Coach. Real quick, I just want to jump in real quick.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Coach. I actually wanted to propose this question to all of y'all. What we gonna do about Cam, since we talking about long, leafy dudes and whatnot? What we gonna do about Cam and his injury? And then, you know, that was just my only question that I wanted to ask, real quick.
Oh, I want to get to that. I got a thing that I want to establish a thing. We'll get to the Cam thing though. We're gonna get to the Cam thing. But coach, what's our sweet spot? What's the Knicks' sweet spot? What's the thing that you can say the Knicks have had 4 or 5 borderline Hall of Famers in one position? What position is that?
Big
center.
Yeah, how many we had?
Center
2?
I mean, Cartwright, I guess, was considered pretty good when we first got him.
Yeah, I mean,
we ain't had none. You know what our sweet spot is? Picking
at every position.
A lot of dudes that don't turn out to be anybody. That's what we're good at.
I was gonna say we have like 2 at every position, because I was gonna say like small forward, Melo and Bernard, and then center.
Bernard King.
I was gonna say Bernard. I was gonna say that too, Bernard.
Yeah, he played 208 games as a Knick, bro. Bernard King played 208 games as a Knick. Julius Randle has played more games as a Knick than Bernard King, bro.
Camby.
That's actually.
The Knicks is giving up on.
You said Camby, coach?
Jackson was
funny.
There. They got rid of him. They got rid of Rod Strickland.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You got rid of Trevor Ariza.
We had to get rid of Rod Strickland, though.
I mean, I'm just saying we're notorious. If we're gonna sit there and say, you know, some of the things that we've done, this is some of the things that we've done that we're pretty good at. We got rid of guys before we actually had an opportunity to see them develop into something. So,
but DSJ, what I'm saying is an organization. You say, for instance, the Yankees always, for the most part, have a good center fielder. For the most part, right? The Giants, the New York Giants in football, for the most part, keep a pretty good running back. For the most part, right? Or a great linebacker. For the most part, right? The New York Knicks, outside of Pat and Clyde Frazier and Willis Reed, everybody else has been kind of, you know what I'm saying? Clyde Frazier, during his time with the Knicks, was a top 2 player at his position, right? Pat Ewing, during his prime, was a top 3 player at his position, top 4 if you count Shaq, right? But the Knicks, historically, we don't have a sweet spot, right? Like we don't have, like if I ask you, what is the Tampa Bay Bucks are known for? Like what are the Bucks known for? Defense and pass rushers?
Defense, yeah.
Right. They have an identity, right? When I ask you what the Knicks' identity is, you're going to tell me defense, and I'm going to tell you that you're wrong, right? Because the Knicks are not known. The Knicks say they're known for defense, but during that time of defense, they had a generational talent. If you take Pat Ewing out off that team, would that team still be known for defense? No. What I'm saying is, DSJ, what I'm saying to you is this. If we tear this thing down, we have to tear it down with a purpose, right? If you tear it down with a purpose. What is the one thing this organization is good at, and then go in that direction and corner the market? That's what I'm getting at.
We're good at selling out a building, even with a bad team.
Right.
And that's a tourist building. That's all the tourists just go there to watch the game. They ain't really into the Knicks. It's the tourists that go there to watch it and whatnot, for real.
Yeah. Coach, so what I'm getting at is this. All right. So say our thing is we don't know how to draft, right? And say we don't attract free agents. Well, what is the other means of you acquiring talent?
Trade for them.
Trades. That's our bag. That's our bag, Coach. Now, and I know people are gonna be like, well, in order to trade, you got to have a trade partner. And listen, man, I went through the transaction. This Leon Rose front office is the busiest front office in the NBA. Y'all remember the other day when I read down the transaction list, all the transactions that I read down?
Mm-hmm.
Who is more busy than the Knicks? And listen, the thing I'm getting at is you don't have to trade for a star straight away, but you can trade for quality players, right? You don't have to trade for. You don't say for instance, if you feel like you're never going to get a top 10 pick and a free agent is never going to come here, then why not go get talent from other teams, trade for them? The one thing we're good at is trading for assets. We get draft picks. So why not take those draft picks that we got, the heavily protected ones, and trade for talent? And I'm not talking about go get Karl Anthony Towns. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you have these extra picks, why not go get an OG Anunoby?
Mm-hmm.
And start in that, just try to find you a quality starter.
Yeah.
Right? Instead of trying to find a megastar, go get you some quality starters and then some quality depth off the bench. Trade a couple of these kids or one of these kids for Jordan Clarkson. Because if you try to put that kid on the market, he ain't gonna have no value. But Jordan Clarkson, come playoff time, will have a lot of value.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Jordan Parson is very nice. I ain't gonna front on that.
We got to be good. Y'all know the term flipping, right? Like flipping houses and stuff like that.
Coach,
we got to.
You read my mind, Coach.
Yeah, we got to be in that kind of market with. And I don't know if any of y'all ever see some of these YouTube videos of these dudes that they start with a penny or a quarter.
Yeah.
And they try to get something for a quarter, and they try to turn that quarter into like there you go. They try to turn it to a car.
Right.
I know it sounds crazy at first, but you trade that quarter for a pen. You trade that pen and then you keep going up and up, and the next thing you know, you're trading up for a little something you never thought you'd even get.
Yeah, that's what I do for a living. That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. So I know exactly what you mean. That's why the idea struck me this week. Like if you're not able to nail it in the draft, and you're not going to be able to get free agents to come, then what's the other means to acquire talent?
Right, and that's kind of like you say it more eloquently than I do. Like that's all I've been trying to. That's my pushback on everyone on the whole. Let's blow it up. Like we can't just be reckless like that and just blow things up and get rid of people. We have to do this a smart way. There's a certain way to do it.
Right.
It's kind of how
now in that hold on, let me just say this last sentence and you can rock. Like in that process that you're talking about, the acquiring, upgrading talent, halfway through that process, it may be a year, a half year, 2.5 years, whatever. We're gonna have a moment like we're in now. We're in purgatory, like where we're not bad enough to get a high pick, and we're not good enough to be.
We're in limbo.
Yeah, we're in limbo. So, but that's the crossroads.
Right.
Now, it's one thing to be in limbo with a bunch of older dudes, and we stuck with hardly any picks, than being in limbo with assets.
Right.
That's why I choose as a fan. Like y'all can root for your team. You can root for this team how you want, but no one's gonna tell me how I'm gonna root for my team. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And
so
and I'm not gonna question you.
Right.
And I'm not gonna question you.
So I choose to look at it half full, and it doesn't mean I accept the fact that we're in purgatory or I'm okay with it. I don't let it choose to bother me and ruin my day. Okay. I don't choose to dwell on some of the eyesores that I have on this team. I don't choose, to dwell on some of those things, because the more I say it, the more it won't happen, because I want it to happen so dang bad. So I'm going to temper my expectations on this team. I still believe in this.
Wait a minute. You mean team or franchise? You mean this roster or the franchise?
No, this roster.
All right.
I'll never waver on my expectations for like at this point. It's one of those things. I know all y'all got a friend that y'all been friends since middle school, or you all grew up together. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, he's in his 20s. Y'all been tight the whole time. His life went a different route. You don't love him any less because he fell on bad times. You're still gonna root for him. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry.
You're still gonna root for him. You still want what's best for him, and you care about him.
I'm not letting him drive my car though.
Right, exactly.
Right.
And that's just it. I'm not gonna let the Knicks steal my. They already steal enough of my time and my attention. Okay, I am not gonna let them steal the rest of my day too. Right. Like I'll get pissed and not sleep as much because I'm thinking about these dudes, or I'll start looking at some YouTube videos and seeing some other teams and other players, and I start getting pissed. And that's when
Coach, what do you think about the idea of flipping assets like in trades in order to improve the roster? What do you think about that?
That's the only way at this point. This is something that I was saying as well. This is what I said over the summer. Like, we don't acquire, like, we can't have this many 20. We're like, I was trying to look it up while we were talking earlier. I think we're the third youngest team roster in the league right now.
Okay.
So something crazy. We're young, man. So you can't have that many young teams and then draft 11 people.
Right.
When you got a team like after Fournier and Rose leave, the oldest dude's Randall at 27.
Right.
And then after him is Brunson at 26, and everyone else is 25 or younger.
Right.
So you got a whole team of guys. So that what does that leave? Like 2 roster spots. That's it.
Right.
You gonna have 11 guys fight for 2 roster spots, or you hope half of them take over the lower end of this roster. You know.
What I would do, man, Coach. I ain't gonna lie to you. The draft is not it. We complain about the draft all the time. But what you could do, though, is take a few. Wiz, how you doing, man?
You guys are fanatics, man. It's 2:00 in the morning. That's why I'm up. Why are you guys up?
It's still up, bro. We love the New York Knicks, my friend, and I love these brothers here, bro.
Yeah, man.
Y'all are my extended family, man.
We got a real thing going on, but here's the thing, because I want to get the bully.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me finish this thing just real quick.
All right.
So if you know the Knicks are not going to draft well, and you know a prime Zion is not going to sign here in free agency, or a prime Anthony Edwards is not going to leave Minnesota to come here, or a prime whoever, let's say Devin Booker, Zach LaVine, whoever is not coming here, then why not trade for them when they're young and have them be your star and build around them through other trades? And the thing, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think what happens is when people hear me say this analogy of flipping the roster to get, they say, man, players won't ever feel if they know you're a flipper. It's like coach, you own real estate, right? Like say it's a few of us that own properties. People say, well, your renters never feel safe in your house. They always feel like you're gonna flip it or sell it or something or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So what?
My lease is coming up.
So what? That's my house. I own it. Mm-hmm. They rent. I own that place. You know what I'm saying? And I know that sounds disrespectful to if they watch, whatever. But the thing is, with the roster, you'd be like, yo, if you trade for Anthony Simons, then he might not feel comfortable because you always be flipped. So, you know who don't feel comfortable right now? Long-suffering Knicks fans that can't get a championship.
Yep. Because when your air condition breaks, you ain't got to pay for it. I still do.
I got to pay. I got it. Bro, do you know how much insurance? Wiz, you feel me? You know how much you got to pay in insurance? All these places, like they talk, man, the rent going up, such. Bruh, Duke Energy is going up. The insurance I got, the homeowners insurance I be having, that goes up. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, my point is, if you can't build it through the draft, and you can't build it through free agency, and you want to build it, you have to explore other ways to build it, or stay in purgatory.
I was gonna say you could just do like the LA Rams and just trade for whoever you want at the time.
Hey,
the Lakers used to do it.
Here's a perfect example.
They always do it. Of
what happened. I'm kind of stealing this from Colin Cowherd. I heard a little meme of him talking about the Seattle Seahawks this year, about them being in a position to maybe sweet talk Green Bay of getting Aaron Rodgers there.
Okay.
So this is what it was. The Seahawks took a chance and traded the face of the franchise.
Yep.
Russell Wilson. Okay.
Yep.
They hit a home run in the draft with their running back. He's pretty good. They got another guy, receiver, that's pretty good. They got a couple receivers pretty good.
DK Metcalf.
Yep. They got two DBs and they got two tackles that are stars in the league.
Right.
So all of a sudden, and they got 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks.
Yeah.
All they got to do is call Green Bay and be like, you want a first-round pick? We got another one. You want a second-round pick? We got another one.
Right.
We'll take on his salary. Go ahead. You can take these two picks.
Right.
So those are and now Aaron Rodgers for them is like if we picked up like LeBron or something,
right.
He's at the end of his career. But that's something that's gonna. I'm not saying that's what the Knicks should do, but that's something we got to do. That's why we have those draft picks.
Well, when you say that, you have to have a foundation, like Seattle Seahawks have a legit foundation where a superstar would take them over the top. We're not at that point.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, we're not, and I don't think they're that far either. I think that he's that good to put them there. Not because they're.
And coach, you know what else too? When a team gets a taste of what's this what's the liquid they used to talk about in all of the Greek books?
Some elixir, some kind of elixir.
No, it's like an amber type thing.
I know you're talking about.
I cannot remember.
Yeah, I know.
It's not honey.
No, it's like, oh man, a restorative drink.
I mean, back then,
that's exactly what it is.
It was like an opium. Nah, I'm
Probably.
I know what you're saying, but it's like blood in the water, for a shark or something, or once a dog like has that taste of blood, or sometimes the animal has a taste of love the first time they hunger for it, you know. And for me, that's what I want the Knicks. I mean, it's just like you said, man. We have the first glaring thing, and we're not going to get anything for him because, see, we wanted Fournier to get benched, but now we didn't do that right. We should have seen what we can get for him while he was still at least playing a little bit.
I don't think his value is going to go anywhere in the league. Teams know what he is. He's a known quantity at this point. He is like he's 10 years in the league playing at this particular level. So,
right.
Like,
so I mean,
even if we do
I don't
bench him, it wouldn't matter, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like the only thing it would be at this point is just clearing up the awkwardness of it. Just getting it out of the lot, even though I'm sure Fournier's being a classy guy about it and a professional.
Yeah,
it's still awkward.
I got the word, Wiz. I got the word.
Starts with the A. Starts with the A.
Ambrosia.
Oh yeah, Ambrosia.
I heard that. Yeah, Ambrosia.
That's the so coach. The I was gonna say the Seattle Seahawks in that scenario that you mentioned, they have already tasted ambrosia.
Oh yeah.
Remember, Seattle won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and
they met at the mountaintop.
Yeah. So if you tempt them with another taste of ambrosia, of course the fan base is going to go all in for it. But what about the Knicks? The Knicks have not tasted ambrosia.
Yeah. Here's another great example because I'm a fan of this team. If the Bucks didn't win the championship back in 2003, our whole fan base would have started a riot.
Right.
If we signed Tom Brady.
Right.
Like the whole fan base would be like, "Oh hell no! What is it?
Right.
What is old behind gonna do for us?" Blah 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 blah. But so we got that taste on our mouth. Man, you know what? If we got Tom Brady, we might win this thing again.
Right.
You know, like the fans.
The same reason Denver even made the trade for Russell. Because they had the same experience with an older quarterback named Peyton Manning.
Yeah. Well, and John Elway. Remember John Elway?
And John Elway, yeah. Even though he was there for decades, he came through at the end of his career as an older quarterback.
Yeah. Yeah, and so Dre, so what I'm saying to you is, and this is going to save Leon Rose's job. The Knicks are one of the busiest front offices in the NBA. They jump in trades that don't concern them. They initiate trades and bring people in. They talk to everybody. They're really friendly around the league, and they have side chicks. The New York Knicks side chicks are the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Detroit Pistons. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We feel comfortable with them, and they feel comfortable with us, right? So
we squeeze out assets no matter what. That's what
Dallas too. We deal with Dallas a lot, I think.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying to you, Coach, is you don't have to burn out your side chick. You know what I'm saying? But what you could do though is the minor moves, pay people what they want, and get them comfortable dealing with you, right? Go to Toronto, get OG Anunoby, right? And people are going to say, well, what about Cam? What about him?
Let them play together.
Yeah. Ultimately,
OG's building up his value right now as we speak.
Oh, I know it. But if we'd have got him during the summer, he would have been doing that for the Knicks, bro.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion.
And just like, hey, well, not only do I want these other teams to lose because you know, they're hovering right around where the Knicks are at. But I know who are on some of them teams that the more they lose, the more expendable some of them guys are.
Right.
So we got to be the biggest fans of when we look at that box score. We got to hope that Toronto keeps losing and Chicago and Miami.
And we need Detroit. We need Detroit and Washington to make the playoffs.
The reason why we even got Cam was because they kept losing and they had to get rid of some guys and figure some stuff out.
Yeah. And so when I'm talking about the step up coach, like like who would we get that would be a step up? Wiz, do you know anybody that would be a step up for us? I thought DeJounte Murray would have been a step up for us.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that was my number one choice. Even Fox, I just think they're
Yep.
Halliburton, of course. I think Halliburton would have a step up.
Right.
The thing Leon was betting on was that he thought what's his name Brunson was going to be it. My fault, Wisdom. Go ahead, Wisdom. My fault.
Sexton is a little riskier, but I would have loved to see what he could have done with us because of it. Just like Colin Sexton.
Oh,
fine. There's something about him as a slow.
You can still go get him.
I know. For cheap, probably.
Would you rather have him or IQ?
Bro, both of them are headaches to me, bro.
Yeah.
It's like
they remind me of each other a little bit. That's why I was saying that.
It's like, do you want your gunshot to the head or to the chest? It don't matter. It's the same thing.
Well, considering Colin is more efficient, it's probably going to be to the head. So.
Oh, more efficient. Ooh, geez, Colin Sexton.
See, like we have that's the other point I was saying earlier about why I wanted to do the trade this summer, because you can't have this many projects going on at once, bro.
Yeah, it's you
just can't.
Trust.
You got to cut the projects in half. Just we haven't been good at single tasking, let alone multitasking.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. We can't get one thing right. How are we going to get 8 things right at once?
Right.
The thing, Freezy, like Leon Rose is betting on Brunson being the guy that brings us to legitimacy, but there's limitations to him, man.
Right.
But Coach,
you can't do all of that.
Drafting 4 wings next year, though. Will be drafting 4 wings next year. If we do get all 3 unprotected, if we get that, we can draft 4 wings. We can't evaluate 4 wings because we just don't have the skill set to do it.
Right.
Well, I mean, where 2 of them are going to be drafted, they're going to be G League, Summer League, kind of guys, probably.
Like,
so I was just thinking,
it takes time. You got to slow cook a wing player in this league. Like, you can't rush them unless they're pedigreed like Tatum, where they just come out
or risk injuring them, and that's what happens to a lot of young wings. You push them out too fast, they get injured.
Yeah.
Like anybody in here ever coach football? You know how like the kid come out there and he got all the speed, and you're like, oh my God, we got to put the football in your hands, and then he get hurt, and then he over there crying with his mama. Mommy, my ribs.
Yeah. And then you got the kid that only got 3 reps of practice this week. You count on him for the rest of the game against the first place team.
Right.
It's almost like in football, you got to build like a physical callus, like your whole body got to be calloused.
Yeah.
In order to function. And for a wing,
look at Brandon Roy.
You got to build yourself up. But he had degenerative knees, man. You can't really.
And but Minnesota knew that when he was coming out. Minnesota drafted him, and they knew that he had degenerative knees. They knew that. Everybody knew that going into the draft. So when Minnesota drafted Brandon Roy, they're like, what are they going to do? What is Minnesota going to do with Brandon Roy? Well, they traded him to Portland for a nice package.
Right? He wound up getting hurt. He wound up getting hurt bad.
Yeah. And if they Brandon Roy and Nicholas Batum together, remember Nicholas Batum came over, he was 20 years old? Bro, come on, bro.
That right there was unfounded potential. Like, he never really hit his peak. Like, he just plateaued at a certain point where he was like a 15-5-5 guy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dre. I'm sorry, y'all. He had the cartilage in his knees.
Yeah.
That wasn't it was bone on bone.
Yeah. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with
he was a dope player.
Y'all remember Todd Gurley? It's the same thing Todd Gurley had to deal with. The running back.
Todd Gurley had to retire. Like, recently, he retired.
Yeah, man. Yeah. But Coach, you remember how you asked me? You said, man, we do all this complaining and nobody ever provides answers. Remember when you said that to me? This is the one thing that I want to talk to you about, man. We got to get. My thing is I hold a lot of these things, man. I want to have the deeper conversation with everybody on the panel, but sometimes we get so what's the word I'm looking for?
I get so emotional, baby.
Yeah, that we can't get into. I can't challenge Dre intellectually because a lot of times, we have to do this thing where we just, let people duke it out for, over RJ free throws. RJ is a good free throw shooter. No, he's not. Yes, he is. No, he's not. And we like,
if he just had better players around him, he'd shoot better.
But
I was one of them. I said that, and it logically and in the coaching world and strategizing, and it does make sense. Like it's supposed to make sense, but he's defying that logic now.
Nothing theoretically works for the Knicks correctly.
Yeah, right. And so Trey, the thing I want to ask you about too is if understanding that this front office and listen, this is Dolan. The root cause of this is James. Our lack of identity is James Dolan. Right? It's the reason why I said if we get a new team president, if I'm not trying to fire Leon Rose. I'm not in charge of, what I'm saying? I don't give out pink slips. I'm saying I'm a hardcore fan and a theoretical GM, right? So my thing is, if you get rid of say Leon Rose, what I think you should do is, and it's the reason why I said Steve Kerr and Jalen Rose, go get two guys or a guy with a identity that can be transposed onto a team and grind through that until you win a chance. You know what? You know why the Celtics win championships, bro? It's not because of the owners. They change on the Celtics change ownership about every 15 or so years. Mm-hmm. It's not because of ownership. It's because of Danny Ainge. It's Danny Ainge, bro. The Celtics before Danny Ainge walked in the building. I'm talking about as an executive. They were also ran. They had a whole. They were Vladimir Stepania and Dino Raja. They had Sherman Douglas at point guard, bro, before Danny Ainge got there.
The thing about that,
Vitaly Potapenko. Yeah.
The thing about that, Freezy, Dolan tried to let go and let like a basketball mind take over, but the basketball mind's ideas were kind of removed, like the modern, Phil Jackson was trying to force just straight triangle. You can run triangle principles, but you can't just run triangle period without superstars.
And to his credit, every NBA team every night runs some form of triangle in limited minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But there are certain things that Phil had the eye on as far as seeing talent, because he knew Lauri Markkanen was nice.
Right.
He saw it. He saw that Lauri Markkanen was nice.
You know why, right?
Go ahead.
Because Lauri Markkanen is everything that Phil Jackson wanted to be as a player.
Even the hair.
Yeah. Listen to Phil Jackson talk about players, right? Like Trey Lyles. Like, man, Trey Lyles has a big butt and long fingers. Really, Phil Jackson? You talk about yourself. Phil Jackson, like legit, Phil Jackson. Wiz, you might be old enough to remember this. Do you remember when they used to call Phil Jackson Windmill Phil?
Oh, man. Yep.
Windmill Phil. That was his nickname in the NBA.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I remember Windmill Phil. I remember they threw him an alley-oop one time. That ball went up the ramp, up the tunnel, out in the parking lot, down on the street. Phil Jackson couldn't jump. Why are you calling Phil Jackson alive? Phil Jackson was. You know who Phil Jackson was? Kurt Rambis.
RJ Barrett.
Okay.
Yeah, RJ
Barrett's Phil Jackson.
Stretched out white. RJ.
McHale couldn't jump either, right?
Right.
Yeah, but McHale's arms are 8 feet long.
Yeah. Yeah. But coach, the point I was getting at though is bring in a guy if you're gonna get rid of Leon Rose, and for those of y'all watching this live stream, subscribe to the channel, smash the like button.
Yes, sir.
But secondly, if in theory, what I'm saying, not in practice, but in theory, if you are gonna replace Leon Rose in his front office, you have to go get some guys with an identity that can establish an identity. You know why, Dre? You know why the Pistons won in 2004? It wasn't because of Larry Brown, and it wasn't because of the roster. It was because
Why?
of Joe Dumas and Dell Demps.
Mhm.
Joe
Oh,
Dumas won a championship in Detroit, and he knew what it takes to win championships. Right? The Detroit Pistons, all of their talent wasn't homegrown. Right? They traded for Lambeer. Lambeer used to play for the Cavaliers when they had those ugly wine and cheese. Wait a minute, they still have ugly wine and cheese uniforms, right?
Mahorn.
They traded from Mahorn from the Washington Bullets.
Yeah.
They got
Vinny.
James Edwards. Yeah, they got a lot of. Vinny Johnson used to play for the Milwaukee Bucks.
Sally was on the Bulls.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
04 Pistons team was a bunch of cast-offs and guys they traded for.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That was the point that I'm getting at is you can build a team if you are patient with the acquisition process and understand who you are as a team. Not who you want to be. Now you have to understand who you want. You have to understand who you are in the moment. And the Pistons understood that. The Pistons was like, well, all we need is some scoring off the bench and a weak side shot blocker. Well, when they got Rashid was a weak side shot blocker and he was a scoring in the starting unit. So you didn't have to get scoring off the bench. You know what I'm saying? Like all these things. And then you have to understand style of play. The Pistons knew that grab and muscle style of play was the style of play of the day. They didn't go out there and try to shoot 35 threes a game. The New York Knicks need to understand in today's era, and coach, we saw this today, right? Or last night. The New York Knicks are in a three-point shooting era, and they're a team that can't shoot the three.
Yeah.
They try they shoot like they're top 10 in attempts, but they're bottom as far as percentage.
They're not efficient. And what that does is highlight their other weakness. Long rebounds lead to fast breaks the other way. And guess what? The Knicks are also not very athletic in the backcourt. They are not athletic in the backcourt, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Coach, well, I mean, freezing, but first of all, I want to thank Coach. By the way, you guys were entertaining, man. When you guys were going back and forth with who was it? Was it GI? That was fun, man.
And by the way, GI, I don't know if you awake. No hard feelings, brother. You know we got love, brother.
But the game we put up 48. You know how many threes we had in that quarter? Maybe 3. So we actually can put up 48 points with twos by being efficient.
Yep.
And all we gotta do is fix the defensive side.
Hold on, Wiz. Hold on. Yeah. So here's the thing. So when you say efficient, you got to break down what you mean by efficient. Because no NBA player shoots a shot with the intent to miss.
And exactly, good point. By taking
so break down efficient for us.
First, they moved the ball really well, and they took the highest percentage shot they could by the player who was suited for that shot.
Okay.
Randall drove the ball in the paint. Obi did his dunk. Even RJ, it's tough to say RJ. Even RJ took mid-range shots. They weren't taking lots of threes.
Okay.
Oh, they did take a lot of threes. I think they took 10 threes that quarter, but they only scored 3. But their twos were scoring in almost automatic. Brunson was making the right passes at the right time to move the ball. So if we can put up 48 and only do having three-pointers score for the quarter, I think that's the stats. You can double check, back me up, but with that kind of scoring, 48 points on mostly twos meant that you were not letting them get away. First of all, getting down the court with a long 3 rebound, but you were putting up where you can compete with a 3-point shooting team if you hold them accountable for their offensive challenges to you. And then you come back down and just go 60%, 50%, whatever it is from the two-pointer is going to be the team scoring 35% from 3.
Okay.
Coming on each time. So I think, although we need to be 3-point shooters to keep them honest, well, we don't have to be the elite 3-point shooters that it takes right now to win. I think it can be done. It's just a harder route. It's a harder road. It's a longer road.
Hey, Wiz, so I disagree with you, bro. and this is why. I don't think you can use and I'm not going to say the example you use is a one-off, but I'm just sold that you can't ever use an outlier as the example.
All right, I understand.
Because if the Knicks are scoring 48 points a period, we wouldn't even have this conversation about rebuilding. Right? Coach, am I wrong?
You're right.
Did I say something? You know what I'm saying?
But I agree with Wizzo a little bit too.
But not the 48 points. Look at our average. What we're doing, 120. We're one of the high score teams, and we still weren't hitting the threes. I think we can probably extrapolate more data to show not 48, but 30, 32 a quarter, and then strong defense against even a. Yeah. I mean, maybe Golden State is one of the few teams we probably, no matter what we do, probably could put up 36 and beat us every quarter. But I think they're
the NBA champs.
Right. Mm-hmm. I think it's possible. It's just a harder route to take, and probably a smarter route because it's a difficult route to have your players stay in that constant focus of best shot, not you, you are the right man, take the shot now. And so obviously we have players right now, again, low IQ. We have guys who are
very low
shots when he goes 3 for 18.
Damn near dumb.
It's 0 for 9 for threes and shooting.
Well, that's why I agreed so much with Dre's take. I don't know, it was last night or 2 nights ago. When he said, that's why I feel Brunson.
Is this the Knicks morning drive?
Yeah, might as well make it that way. Re-thumbnail it. Yeah. No, we should, like, his point he made about Brunson being more high usage now, early. Like, and not to the point where he's the one taking the shots, but he needs to be the one in more control over who takes the shot, like what Wiz was saying.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, because even he knows what's best for him. That's one thing that Brunson has perfected in his game, whether he makes them or not. I think he's already perfected what he does best.
Right.
As far as not that he's perfected all those skills, I'm saying he's perfected the knowledge of himself and his limitations.
Right.
And that's why he takes like higher percentage shots. That's why his efficiency and his percentages are always good, because he takes the smartest shots for him.
Right.
So now when he starts translating that to the Knicks, whereas he controls when he's going to pass to someone and who's going to be in the best position for a shot. I hope he's that good that he can help us figure that out.
Right. Now, the numbers may prove me wrong, Frieza, and maybe I'm grasping for a solution only because I think all the other solutions we have right now, we don't have the front office or the coach to implement them. And therefore, it's a long-term solution, every other option that we want to take. It's a long-term solution. I'm looking for a shorter-term solution by looking at what do we have and what can we work with. Is it possible? And maybe it's not. Obviously, IQ is a big factor, like you said. We have some, I guess, I don't want to call it dub, but yeah, we have some low IQ players.
I would say this, man. If you're the Knicks, right? If you're the Knicks right now, you know you won't be able to pull off a significant, say, deal for a guy. But I would definitely be canvassing. I would talk to the OKCs about what's the point guard that they have, the third point guard that they have?
Trey Mann,
yeah.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I would talk to him because he's not going to ever be the starter there. Right. And when I say ever, ever in sports terms mean 2 years. Anytime you say forever, you mean like 2 years in sports. Right.
Highland from the Nuggets.
Yeah. I would look into, like, how can I acquire young players and bring them in and let them run up and down the floor, let them get bruised up and dirty, let them learn the game. Because I felt like the Knicks organization, Coach, I'm going to say this, and I know this is controversial, but I think the Knicks dumbed down the game so much for Obi and RJ and all the young guys that when they're challenged now, they can't respond.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Think about RJ Barrett is in this shooting slump, right? How long does a shooting slump last? Like 40 shots? 50 shots? 50 shots maybe?
Freezy,
You know what I'm saying?
This is why I was saying, like, with Tibbs is he doesn't like make your best attribute. He doesn't make that shine. Like he doesn't raise the ceiling on your best attribute. He may he may even you out. He may make you more all around player. But the difference between like taking a guy's signature trait and expanding on it, I don't think Tibbs does that very well. Like I don't think he makes the guy's strengths shine even more. He makes guys be more all around. But that's
I'll
like
give you
raising your floor, and then there's a difference between raising your floor and raising your ceiling.
raising your ceiling. Yep. I would say this. I would go to Orlando and offer them draft picks for one of those young guys that they're not going to play. And listen, and I know it's going to say like, why would you go to Orlando? They can't win, bro. They did it right. They got draft picks out of. They have Markelle Fultz. They have Jalen Suggs. They have
Bonchero.
They have Boncaro. They have Mo Bamba. They have Bobo. They have all those young guys. They have Franz Wagner. They have the kid from Auburn.
Carter.
Yeah. They have Wendell Carter. They have Jonathan Isaac. They have all those young guys, right? They're not going to be able to play all those young dudes. If I'm the Knicks, I go to them and say, hey, man, let me get Jalen Suggs. And they're going to be like, no, man, Jalen Suggs, he's the future of the point guard position. And we'll say, well, you run Cole Anthony there right now. Let's get Cole Anthony. Then. And they're like, well, you need point guard depth. Well, let me get Markelle Fultz then. No, the only thing better than 3-point guards is 4-point guards. Okay,
I would buy low on Isaac.
Markelle Fultz, right?
I like Jonathan Isaac. I would buy low, but that's a completely different player. But he would fill a hole on this team, this roster,
immediately.
A giant hole on this roster.
And you know what else he is? He's the same type person that Quickly and Obi are. Like the dudes, the goody two shoes guys, matter of fact, his
Bible thumpers. He
yes,
recites a Bible verse before he
matter of
wakes
fact, he fits right in. His last name is Isaac. Yeah. I would. And I'm saying this theoretically. If the Knicks want to make a move to improve, why not go that route, like to a team that has a stockpile of young kids that they know, like Houston's got a stockpile of young players, right? They all played Usman Garuba, the kid they just drafted at 3, and Alperen Sengun all play the same position. All of them are power forwards.
Yep.
Yeah, all of them are power forwards, right?
Yeah. You made that point earlier too. That's what Atlanta. That's why Cam was expendable.
Yeah,
they had too many wings.
Well, and all those dudes are lottery picks with high upside, right? Why not just go to them and see what you can get if that's your move? Now, what people are saying, Uncle Freezy, why are you talking about trading away talent and all that stuff, man? What about what we got already? How about play these kids, bro? My fear is that in our rush to get all the eggs home to make an omelet, we broke some of the eggs on the way home.
Yeah, well, that's a good analogy right there.
Coach. And my fear is that bread that I bought to make sandwiches when I get home, I smush some of it up on the way home.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And so, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can't be having those sandwiches with that diagonal looking bread.
Yeah, you're like, dog it. You can't eat bread. You can't even put no mayo or nothing on it.
My cheese don't fit perfect square in there. Hanging over the sides.
Yeah, man. So you see what I'm getting at? Like what I'm saying is I'm saying in theory, if this is the way we're gonna, because Coach, what happens is on Twitter, I got bashed the other day. Right?
Yeah,
People was like, "Yo, Uncle Freezy just want to tear it down, trade everybody," and I was like, "No, easy, bro." Somebody asked me what would I do in such and such case, and somebody even came out with a clip. It was like, "Yo, man, this 2-second clip. You said bro, what about the 2-minute clip? Man, Twitter only lets you do such and such. Yeah, I know. But yeah, man, that is my solution to you based on what you asked me the other day. And I apologize that we can't really get into conversations like that because sometimes we get in this mode of
right. Well, that's where I'm trying to be an advocate for the fan base and for you and the things you tell me when you about staying on task and staying on subject. Like for me,
you asked me a question though, right?
Yeah, and you answered it, and I bless you for that, because that's all I've been at. When I kick back to someone who's complaining, they take my kickback to them as defending
machismo.
Or they think I'm defending the guy that they're dogging. That's not what I'm doing. I'm defending our organization and this team from that kind of rhetoric, because until you have the answer or a solution to the question, then I don't have. It's just words to me, because like I respect anyone that says that RJ is playing like trash, because I agree. And but then when they say, let's just get rid of his behind, they'll send him to the G League. I know some people are saying that for shock and awe and whatever, but that's it. This is a sensitive subject, and I don't want to compare it to anything like that. Like, some people overreact too far when it comes to like the solution. Like, unfortunately, there's people that have taken their own life in this world. Okay, there's a saying that's a long-term solution to a short-term problem. Like, sometimes people, it happens out of passion, or they're so upset about someone and they don't know how to fix the problem, and that their only solution was to take their own life. Now, we all know, and we all think, wow, man, I wish he would have just talked to me. Or, a lot of people come up and say that kind of stuff. So to me, that's going too far. So I don't want to commit, team suicide
people. I think I give you a lesser comparison. People try to smash an ant with a sledgehammer.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like there's a little nuance to it. You can't just say trade everyone and do what?
Right.
And that's my kickback. And so honestly, from this
and
moment
if these
on,
guys are that terrible, how are we gonna trade them for something that's a lot better that you want? Like,
and that's what I came on with tonight. When I first, and because of my past transgressions in their eyes of making excuses for RJ, what I was simply doing was giving solutions to RJ. So I'm trying to say, well, if he just had this kind of play around him, or if he was put in this situation, it's not making an excuse for him. I'm just saying what I think would help the guy or help the team. So
right now we're seeing the absolute worst version of RJ. The actual RJ we'll see this season is somewhere in between the best and the worst version. He may not be a superstar, but he's not going to play like this the entire year. But it almost feels like people want him to play this bad just to be right.
And the thing is, and from now on, like tonight, I literally came on when people were talking about RJ. I was like, okay, that's fine. Then what do we do? I was like, I didn't say we shouldn't bench him,
right?
Or he shouldn't play less.
40 minutes tonight. 40.
Yeah, I know. And so I said my pushback was, okay, I agree. So I agree. Mm-hmm. So what's the answer? Like, I don't know what it is. You just got to get rid of him. Like that's what the kickback was. And it was, you're just being a RJ apologist. When all I said was, I agree with you. He's playing bad. Question. What's the solution? Grimes. That's.
If Cam is out the next game, who's coming off the bench first? Grimes or Fournier?
Wow.
Why don't we give Ferguson a chance? It'll be Grimes.
Might as well.
Well, it looks like
Let's Fee play. Let Farron Hunt play. I mean, why not?
I put Fairhunt's in a G League. He's not on the team.
It's a long season. Yeah.
Yeah. Now's the time to do it.
All right. Before we let DSR talk, because we don't want him necessarily.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you was gonna say shout out to Cypress Hills. You not saying shout out to Cypress Hills?
Jump around.
Jump around.
No, you know Cypress Hills I'm talking about.
Oh, that one.
No. I'm talking about Wiz. Wiz was saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. But
shout out to Fort Greene.
Exactly.
Anybody from Fort Greene in the building?
You know, I went to Brooklyn Tech, so I was right there in Fort Greene. So
I thought you went to what's the name Tech in Manhattan in the city.
No, man.
You didn't go to Dre. What's the city uptown in the city?
The University of the United States.
Yeah, man. No, get with. I'm messing with you, bro.
But even my solution about trying to have us be more diligent and do 2-point shots is not to say keep the same squad. It's to say I think we need to shuffle, and I feel bad for Fournier because even tonight, having him have a DNP in a bad game like this,
when you needed shooting, he still got DNP'd.
Exactly. I don't know which is more insulting, not having him play at all, or if they would brought him in with 2 minutes left, would have been as insulting.
That would have been insulting as a vet to just be throwing him out there.
He'd have had to get traded this week, bro.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
You can't do that to a vet. You gotta at least respect him to that point.
I saw Fournier in between the timeouts. I saw the MSG zoomed in on Fournier a little bit in between one of them really late game timeouts. Yeah. Oh man, he just had that. He took that deep breath, the sigh, like when he got up off the bench, and he was rubbing his hands like this. You know, he was just like, you know,
you gonna run the
I kind of
same
felt bad for him.
rotation just with Grimes instead of Cam.
Yeah,
that's what I think. That's what's gonna happen. We're just gonna put Grimes in instead of Cam for the same 9-man rotation and just run RJ at the 3 against the Suns, and they gonna light their asses up, man.
You know who I really wanted in the draft besides Mathurin, but we couldn't get him. But Jovic, man, Nikola Jovic.
From the Heat on the Heat.
Oh yeah, the Heat.
But you know he would never get no playing time, man. He's a 4, man. A 4. He's a power forward, and he doesn't play defense.
And he's Evan Fournier at the 4 position.
Oh, Evan 4.
Yeah, and don't we already have a face-up 4 off the bench that don't play defense?
Yeah, except this one dunks.
That could dunk a little bit.
Well, he attempted to dunk tonight twice and didn't.
He missed 2 of them.
Oh my god! Hey,
so I have and you can't even.
So yeah, I was about to say. So now Obi, he didn't hit 3s, and now he can't even dunk anymore. What's going on, Wiz? What's your guy? He just had a rough game, man.
Nah, man. Tibbs turned Obi into Steve Novak. That's what happened.
Oh my god!
Now I'm in the 3 highs, but my highs are in this order. It's Deuce, Sims, Obi. Those are my highs.
Oh, you must have been in heavy today, Evan. Well, hey Don P, what's up, brother?
Yo,
what up, Don?
How's it going? Yo, I was trying to rewind the playback a little bit.
What the fuck?
Y'all been rocking for 5 hours?
6 What's that?
How long y'all been rocking for? Like 6 hours?
4 hours.
4 now. I joined in between.
Yeah,
I was playing some Warzone till about 2:30, 3 o'clock, and I was like, man, I hope Freezy's still on, and he was.
Yeah,
I knew it. Call of Duty head. I knew it. the headset gave it away, brother.
Yeah,
that's it.
But so y'all talking about solutions, right? Instead of always complaining about the problem. I guess my 2 cents on that is, and I know a lot of y'all say, yo, we just can't trade the whole team away. I don't mind like the players that we have on the squad. I just think that some of the players that we do have on the squad
they would be best served playing a lesser role. That's what I think. Instead of being in a starting position. Like y'all see me on the chat, I be dogging RJ, but I feel like he would be best served playing off the bench, and I don't know when that's gonna happen. I don't know. I don't know if Tom Thibodeau has the balls to put him on the bench because he's
I mean,
supposed to be the.
he could just stagger his minutes to play him against bench units. Doesn't
That's fine.
necessarily have
We
to.
can do that too. I'm cool with that. I think with him having the usage rate that he has, I think he would be best served of.
It's the highest on the team, bro.
Yeah, it's insane, man. It's insane. And I just feel like
It was before tonight. It was 26.6, and you could best believe that went up because he played 40 minutes.
Yep.
and I don't know if it's just teaching RJ that being inefficient is okay as long as you get a certain numbers, but it's not. I mean, I think he just needs to have a shorter leash. That's all. If
He's
he's
gonna
playing,
have a longer leash because Cam is out. So yeah, you're gonna see
How
31
long's
minutes of him
Cam
on
supposed to
Sunday.
be out?
It's a
He said
groin, so
today.
we don't know.
The other day,
We
so he'll
don't
probably
know.
miss the Phoenix game.
So like, we just lost the wing, so he's gonna play 38 minutes no matter what happens on Sunday.
but yeah, I think everybody on the starter unit besides Julius Randle, um, and Cam, they deserve to be on the starting unit. Julius Randle, yeah, I'll be clowning Julius too, but you know what? I never question his talent. I could never question Julius's talent. Never, ever.
Right.
He knows how to ball. I just need for him to give it on both ends of the floor, night in and night out. There's nothing to talk about with that.
Yeah.
It we talk about all these players being signed.
Right.
Looking back hindsight, I know we can say, well, the salary cap is gonna jump, but at the end of the day, like the front office has to do a better job at um at evaluating talent better and signing and just knowing when to pull the trigger and not to pull the trigger. And like you said, freezing on the playback, Leon Rose is trying to be the smartest man in the room, and I don't know. He just doesn't have the balls to do certain things or think outside the box.
Right.
Now,
Or
what
think
you
for
think?
himself.
My pushback is on the evaluating talent.
Yeah. Well,
Because
you know what I was
doesn't
looking at?
understand
Hey, hold on.
basketball.
DSJ
That's
says
why.
something. DSJ,
Oh,
what
my
you
bad.
saying?
I didn't hear him.
DSJ, your mic coming in mad low, bro.
Really low.
No. That's hold on for a second.
DSJ, like, let me get 2 of those
Yeah,
sausages.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where
Okay,
was that
yeah.
mic?
So
I don't even want to know.
I was just saying, as far as the talent evaluation, that's kind of why I asked the question earlier, because I feel like every time it comes down to something like the draft, we've all consensus. We've had our consensus, whether it was you doing your draft profile or any other content creator doing a draft profile, why this player would be beneficial coming to the Knicks, how we could utilize them, and it seems like they always go in a different direction. So it becomes a question of, okay, so what's the problem? Like you can't just continuously miss at such a high rate to the point where it just feels like, well, you might as well just trade the pick away, because
Hold
you're not
on,
going to pick anybody that's
hold
really
on,
worth,
Delano.
what I'm saying, bringing in or talking about. You know what I'm
Hold on,
saying?
Delano.
How many
Delano.
guys have sat here in the chat
Go
and
ahead.
said I would have taken Halliburton over Obi, or again, for me, I always questioned the whole Kevin Knox pick. Like, how do you pass off Mikal Bridges?
It's not this front office though. That's not this front
for
office.
Kevin Knox? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, even with the Trey Mann situation, you and me have both been on board with drafting him, and it's like, for no other reason than just to see him go right before us. Well, we could have traded up to
Trey
get him
Mann
if we
and
believed
Trey
in that
Murphy.
talent.
Trey Mann and Trey Murphy.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now that becomes one of those questions where like how you guys evaluating talent
But
to where
15
you
picks later,
continuously miss
15 picks
at
later,
every
we say
single time.
But
you know what I'm saying? I just don't do it.
I'm gonna give them a little credence because for
And
wherever they
that's
do
what
pick,
led to me asking Coach initially, is that the problem? Is it that we as a franchise, even with this regime personally, like, is it that you don't know how to evaluate talent,
right?
And it seems like your guys are just good at going with best player narrative. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's been happening. Well, hold on, I didn't get a chance to answer it earlier. I wanted to answer it.
Okay.
I remember when you asked.
got it.
I kind of have a short answer. I'm not gonna be that long-winded on this one. So we've said this before. Like, unfortunately, the Knicks have been too safe. We've been so, like, this regime is so afraid to make a mistake because of our past misses that they're not taking. I don't think they're really taking as big a chance as they want to take sometimes. So they go with what the consensus might say, the safe pick.
Right, to be safe.
So you can't hit a home run. Like, if I'm at bat, I can swing a nice even stroke and kind of go where the pitch. Just take my hit where the pad of pitch comes in and just get a hit. But man, if I just swing hard and close my eyes and really get a hold of one, I can hit a home run. So, so that's the analogy.
Right.
We need to take some time.
It's the Casey at the bat theory. Wiz, you remember Casey at the bat? Remember the baseball game when the home run hitter, the best player in the league, came up the bat and the team was losing, and the whole crowd was chanting Casey's name, and he watched the first pitch. It was like, no, that one's right there. It's not good enough. I can't hit that one 500 feet. And then so the pitcher tries to trick him and throws one a little bit faster. Casey watches it the whole way through. He's like, that one was almost a one. And then the pitcher throws another pitch. He slows it down, and Casey swings as hard as he can, but he misses. Casey said when he saw the third pitch, he was like, oh, that's the one right there. I'm going to hit that one to the moon. And he swung and missed. And that's why Casey at the bat is a cautionary tale, because if you saw the first one and liked it, you should have swung at that one. It's the all it is the opportunity knocks once thing told a different way. That's all it is.
And they talk themselves out of stuff. I think sometimes they second guess maybe their first knee jerk reaction.
To answer Delano's point, he was mentioning Kevin Knox, and RJ. That was part of different regimes, like different scouting departments. Like that wasn't this front office. And to say, if we're keeping it 100, a lot of the players that you're trying to target, they may be viewed as projects, and they wouldn't even get burned with a guy like Tibbs. Not for a year or 2 years, they wouldn't get burned. We just know how Tibbs rocks, and on top of that, we do get value for where we pick. We always just pick nowhere near where the high end talent is, and if we do go for the high end talent, it's usually someone that takes a bit of time to develop, and Tibbs is not the coach for the slow burn, develop the Giannis type. Giannis took 3, 4, 5 years to
before
be
he
who
even
he is.
grasped offense and defense.
You're not gonna get.
Giannis became an all-star, and he still didn't even understand offense and defense. Giannis just used athleticism.
Yeah,
but now. Yeah, man. Hey, man, Dre, my bad for cutting you off, bro.
You good, man. It's just we have to have a coach and a front office that's aligned on the same thing. And when we try to go for the home, if we were even to go for the home run guy, who's to say they would actually pan out? Like the Trey Mans, do we know Trey Man would function under Tibbs? Because not everyone can grow underneath Tibbs' style of coaching.
Right.
Yeah, can I respond to you, Jim, after you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I want you to finish your point. It's cool. I ain't want to.
No. I ain't have really much to say after that. You got it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give. This is not a knock on RJ. It's just my opinion. I feel like for the first time ever, the front office and all the coaches that we had made a huge attempt to try to turn RJ into a star with all the minutes that he had, his usage rate from the word go, um, the long leash he had, like even down to the fans, even down to all the excuses, we tried to turn this dude into a star. And I'll give credit to us for that because the Knicks regimes, we never really had patience with any of our prospects. And that's always been my issue. But my thing is with people like RJ and Giannis, remember when I pull up Giannis stats when the ham sandwiches memes was going around? And I asked people, would you trade that for Donovan Mitchell? I think somebody said, hell yeah. And then when I revealed it was Giannis, I did that to show people that there's players that has low floors and high ceilings, and there's people who have high floors and low ceilings. And typically, when a player has a low ceiling, he tends to cap out at a very, very young age. That's just what happens. So when people give this excuse that, the dude is only 22, he hasn't even hit his prime yet. When you have a low ceiling, you make very small incremental improvements. If that, if not, you're just regressing, and that's what we're seeing with RJ Barrett. That's just what it is. I wish that the office would continue to do that with future prospects going forward. If we see somebody who we know have potential, not just height, who we can clearly identify as a high ceiling type of player, give them the same type of rope that we gave RJ Barrett. I think all of us knew that RJ Barrett was a high floor, low ceiling type of player. And I just don't think that it's fair to him that we gave him this superstar treatment. And he's not. And that's why I used to go hard on him because I didn't want people, well, like myself, to betray him when he's being exposed. So I'll let my plane in.
All right. Hey man, I'm gonna go, man. I'm gonna wrap up right here, man, so I can go get some sleep.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'll probably jump. Y'all, hey, can y'all jump back on at 9:30?
6 in the morning.
9:30 a.m.
Yeah, 9:30.
Crazy.
I might
You
show up
wanna know
towards the
how
end of the morning drive.
delirious I am right now?
Punch drunk.
I just saw. I literally, as I'm listening to y'all, like how when you scroll through YouTube and you see some, because YouTube looks at videos you watch, and then they give you little suggestions. I got these 3 French dudes. They got a channel called Clutch Winamax or whatever, and they're all